Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. 4 stops after midnight. The announcement came the way all small catastrophes do, quietly, through a speaker no one was listening to. Signal failure. Service suspended between Chambers and Borough. We apologise for the inconvenience. Tammy had been reading. Not really reading. Her eyes had been moving across the same sentence for 3 stops, the words dissolving before they reached meaning. Her phone screen had gone dark twice. She hadn't noticed either time. There was a particular quality to late-night exhaustion, a softening of the edges of things, and she had been drifting inside it like someone half asleep on water. Now she looked up. Around her, the carriage emptied with the quiet efficiency of people who had learned not to be surprised by the city. Phones appeared. Thumbs moved. A man in a grey coat muttered something into a call and pushed through the doors before they'd fully opened, as if the platform were already an inconvenience he was leaving behind. Tammy stayed seated a moment longer than everyone else. She did this often, the last to move, the last to commit to a direction. It wasn't hesitation exactly. It was something closer to the belief that if she simply waited long enough, the correct path would present itself without her having to choose it. The platform emptied. The fluorescent light hummed its single, tuneless note. She stood, shouldered her bag and walked toward the stairs. He was already there, at the place where the platform steps met the street, where the underground exhaled its breath of metal and damp into the open air. Tall, dark coat. A stillness about him that was unusual for someone standing alone at a closed subway entrance at midnight. Most people in that posture radiated irritation or impatience, or the particular brittle energy of someone calculating how long a cab would take. He radiated nothing. He was simply standing, his hands in his pockets, looking at the street as though it were a room he had walked into and was still deciding whether to stay in. Tammy checked her phone. No signal. She looked at the map in her head. The old one. The one drawn from years of late nights and wrong turns. 4 stops north. 35 minutes on foot if she walked quickly. 40 if she didn't. She looked at the street again. It was empty in the way streets are empty after midnight. Not vacant exactly, but hollowed out. The storefronts had shuttered their gates. A single bodega on the corner had its lights on, but its door locked. The fluorescent glow inside making it look like a terrarium, something preserved and sealed off from the life outside. Streetlights pooled on wet pavement. Somewhere, a few blocks away, a siren wailed and then fell silent, as if it had changed its mind. 4 stops, she said. She hadn't meant to say it aloud. It was simply the thought, escaping. He turned his head, not startled, the way someone turns when they hear exactly what they expected to hear. Walking, unless you know someone with a helicopter. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile, something quieter than that, an acknowledgement. I was going to walk, he said. Same direction, if you want company, or if you don't, I'll fall behind, either way. It was the either way that decided her. Not an invitation, not a presumption, simply an offer placed on the ground between them, with no expectation attached. Come on then, she said, and started walking. The first block was silence, and the silence was comfortable in the way that silence between strangers rarely is. They walked at the same pace without either of them adjusting, a small synchronization that Tammy noticed but didn't comment on. The city made its usual sounds around them. A distant train, still running on other lines, the hiss of a water main somewhere underground, a particular hollow echo of footsteps on wet concrete that makes a city sound larger than it is. He walked, slightly to her left, close enough to talk without raising his voice, far enough that their arms did not touch. There was something careful about the distance. Not the carefulness of someone afraid of intimacy, but of someone who understood that space, in the dark, was a gift. "Do you do this often?" he asked after they had turned the first corner. "Walk it when the trains stop?" "Sometimes, when it's late and I don't want to wait for a cab." "You don't mind walking alone at this hour?" "I mind waiting more." He nodded, as if this were a reasonable philosophy. Perhaps it was. Tammy had spent years constructing a life that moved, always moving, always going somewhere, always arriving at the next thing before the current thing could settle into wait. She had a job that required it, a late-night radio show, 3 hours of live broadcasting that ended at midnight, after which the city opened up like an empty theatre, and she was free to walk through it, still humming with the residual electricity of voices and music and the particular intimacy of speaking into a microphone to people she would never see. Tonight the show had been about insomnia. A listener had called in, a woman, older, whose voice was thin and precise, and had said, "I don't think insomnia is about not being able to sleep. I think it's about not being able to stop being awake. There's a difference." Tammy had let the silence after that statement breathe for a full 4 seconds before moving on. It was the longest pause she had ever allowed on air. Now she was walking through that same wakefulness, and the man beside her seemed to share it. Not the restlessness of insomnia, but its clarity. The way the world sharpens when you refuse to let it blur. "I moved here 6 months ago," he said, after another block. "I still get lost." "Where did you move from?" "Somewhere quieter." He paused. Somewhere where the silence was actual silence, not just the absence of one particular noise. Tammy understood this. She had lived in the city long enough to know that its silence was a relative thing, a lowering of volume, not a cessation. Even now, in the deepest part of the night, the city breathed. It was never truly quiet. It simply changed the register of its sound. "You'll get used to it," she said. "Or you won't, and you'll leave." "Which do you think happens more often?" "Leaving." He laughed. A short, genuine sound surprised out of him. "That's bleak. It's honest." They turned another corner. A cat sat on a fire escape above them, watching them pass with the supreme indifference of a creature that had never once wondered where it belonged. The streetlight here flickered, not steadily, but in irregular pulses as if it were dreaming. "What were you doing tonight?" he asked. "Before the train." "Working." "What kind of work?" "The kind where strangers tell me things they wouldn't say in daylight." He looked at her sideways. In the flickering light, his face was hard to read. Not guarded exactly, but unfinished, as if the darkness was still deciding what expression to give him. His eyes were dark. His hair was slightly damp from the mist that had been falling all evening. Not rain, exactly, but the city's way of being damp without committing to weather. "That sounds like either a very good job or a very lonely one," he said. "Both," Tammy said, and was surprised by how easily the word came out. They walked on. The first stop passed, a shuttered entrance, a sign that said Chambers in white letters on green, and neither of them mentioned it. The second block opened up into a wider street, and the wider street opened up into something that felt, briefly, like breathing room. There was a small square here, not a park exactly, but a pause in the grid. A bench, a single tree, leafless in the November cold, its bare branches catching the streetlight and holding it like something cupped in dark hands. A few parked cars, their surfaces beaded with mist. They slowed without deciding to slow down. Tammy sat on the bench. She hadn't planned to. Her body simply stopped, the way a body does when it has been held at a particular tension for too long and suddenly finds permission to release. She set her bag on the ground beside her and stretched her legs out in front of her, and the streetlight caught the wet shine of her boots and the dark wool of her coat and the loose strand of hair that had come free from behind her ear sometime in the last block. He sat beside her. Not close. There was room for another person between them, but close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the particular heat that a body gives off on a cold night. It was not an intimate warmth. It was simply the warmth of another living thing, and on a night like this, in a city this empty, it was enough. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence had a different quality now, heavier, more textured. It was the silence of two people who were deciding, without saying so, whether to go deeper or stay on the surface. "I had a dream last week," he said, suddenly, as if he were continuing a conversation they had already been having. "I was in a building, one of those old ones with high ceilings and dark wood floors, and every room led to another room, and every room was empty, and I kept walking through them, looking for something. I don't know what. When I woke up, I couldn't remember what I'd been looking for, but I remembered the feeling." What feeling? That it mattered, that finding it would have changed something. Tammy looked at him. In the cold air his breath was visible, a thin thread of vapour that appeared and dissolved so quickly it was almost not there. She watched it for a moment, this small proof of his presence, and felt something shift inside her chest. Not desire, not yet. Something earlier than desire. The feeling of paying attention to someone for the first time and finding that the attention itself was pleasurable. "I think most people are looking for something like that," she said. "A room they haven't found yet." "Do you have one? A room you haven't found yet?" She considered this. The honest answer was complicated. The honest answer involved a version of herself that she had built carefully over years. The version that moved, that broadcasted, that filled the air with other people's voices so that her own silence would not be noticed. The version that had learned to live entirely on the surface of things, skimming across them like a stone across water, never sinking deep enough to feel the cold. "I think I used to," she said. "I'm not sure where it went." He nodded. He did not say "I'm sorry" or "maybe you'll find it again" or any of the other things people say when someone admits to a loss they cannot name. He simply nodded, and the nod said, "I hear you. That is enough." They sat for another minute in the quiet. A car passed at the end of the square, its headlights sweeping across the bench like a lighthouse beam, and for one brief, bright second, Tammy saw his face clearly. The angle of his jaw, the slight furrow between his brows, the way his hands rested in his lap with the fingers loosely curled, as if he were holding something small and invisible. Then the light passed, and the darkness returned, and they were strangers again, sitting together in the space between one life and another. "We should keep walking," she said. "Yes," he said. But neither of them moved for another 30 seconds. The third block was where the city changed its mood. They had left the wider street behind and entered a narrower one, a street lined with old buildings, their facades darkened by decades of soot and rain, their windows lit from within in scattered irregular patterns. Someone on the 4th floor had a lamp burning. Someone else, 2 buildings down, had left a television on and the blue flicker of it visible through curtainless glass, soundless, like a signal fire with no one tending it. The street smelled of damp stone and something else, something faint and mineral, like the inside of a well. Tammy knew this smell. It was the smell of old cities in winter, the smell of water moving underground through channels that had been there for centuries, carrying the city's memory with it like sediment. They were walking faster now, not from urgency, but from the particular energy that comes when two people have been talking for a while, and the conversation has begun to generate its own momentum. They had been talking about small things, her favourite movie, a book he had read last month, the way the city looked different at night versus in daylight, and the small things had begun, almost imperceptibly, to deepen. He had told her about leaving, not the logistics of it, not the packing or the lease or the forwarding of mail, but the feeling, the way a life, when you step out of it, looks suddenly like a room you have been standing in without seeing, the furniture of it, the way the light fell at certain hours, the particular quality of the silence in that place, which he had mistaken for peace but which had actually been absence. "I thought I was choosing stillness," he said. "Turns out I was just not choosing anything. And now? Now I'm walking through a city at 1 a.m. with someone I met on a platform. So I suppose something has changed." Tammy felt the words land, not as flirtation, which they were not, but as confession. The simple, unadorned confession of someone admitting that they had been lost and were only now beginning to notice. It reminded her of something she had read once, years ago, in a novel she could no longer name. The idea that the most dangerous moment in any relationship is not the first touch, but the first time one person tells the truth and the other person does not look away. She did not look away. They passed the 3rd stop. Another shuttered entrance, another green sign, and the street narrowed further, and the buildings on either side seemed to lean toward each other overhead, their upper stories almost touching, creating a corridor of shadow and damp air that felt for a moment like the inside of something living. And then Tammy stopped walking. She did not mean to stop. Her body simply did, the way it had on the bench, as if some internal mechanism had reached a threshold and simply refused to carry her further without acknowledgement. She stood in the middle of the sidewalk, her hands at her sides, and looked at the street ahead of her and felt something enormous and quiet moving through her, like a wave passing beneath the surface of water that looks, from above, perfectly still. He stopped too. He turned to face her. The streetlight here was working properly, steady, bright, unforgiving, and in its light she could see him fully for the first time, not just the shape of him, or the suggestion of his features in the dark, but the actual person. The tiredness around his eyes, the slight roughness of his jaw, the way his mouth was set in a line that was neither smile nor frown, but something more honest than either. A mouth that had stopped performing. "What is it?" he asked, quietly. "I don't know," she said. And this was true. She did not know what it was. She knew only that it was happening, that something was happening inside her that she had not felt in a very long time, something that had nothing to do with desire and everything to do with the sudden, vertiginous sensation of being seen. Not looked at, seen. The way you are seen when someone pays attention to you, not because they want something from you, but simply because you are there, and being there is interesting, and the interest is its own sufficient reason. "I think," she said slowly, choosing each word the way you choose each step on an unfamiliar staircase in the dark, "that I have been very afraid of stopping." "I know," he said. "Me too." The admission hung between them, not heavy but present, like smoke, like breath in cold air. It existed in the space between them, and neither of them moved to dispel it. "Should we keep going?" she asked. He looked at her. Then he looked at the street ahead, the last block, the final stop, the subway entrance that would open back up and swallow them into separate directions. "Yes," he said, but slowly. The 4th block was different from the others. The street here was quieter, not emptier, but quieter, in the way that a room becomes quiet when someone in it stops talking, and the silence that follows is not absence but presence. The buildings here were older, their stone faces worn smooth by weather and time, and the streetlights cast a warmer light, amber rather than white, that softened everything it touched. They walked slowly, very slowly, the kind of slowness that is not laziness or fatigue but a deliberate, mutual decision to extend the time. Every step was a small choice. The choice to stay in this corridor between stations, this space that belonged to neither of them, and therefore belonged, in some strange way, to both. They had stopped talking. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who have said enough. Not everything. Not nearly everything. but enough that the words have done their work and now the body must do the rest. Tammy was aware of him the way she was aware of the cold, not as an idea, but as a sensation. The heat of him beside her, the sound of his breathing, which had synchronized with hers without either of them noticing, the slight rustle of his coat when he moved, the small sounds a body makes when it is simply existing in space, alive and present and close. She was aware, too, of her own body, of the way it felt different than it had an hour ago, not changed exactly, woken, the way a limb feels when blood returns to it after. Numbness, tingling, almost painful, but the pain is the pain of coming back to life. She'd not realised how numb she'd been until this moment, walking beside someone who made her notice that she had a body at all. They reached the corner where the street opened onto the last stretch, the final 100 yards before the subway entrance, the green sign, the stairs leading back down into the humming underground. The city reasserted itself here, a taxi idling at a red light, its yellow roof catching the streetlight. A couple emerging from a bar on the far side of the street, laughing at something. The distant, constant murmur of traffic on the larger avenues, the city's heartbeat that never quite stopped. They stopped at the corner. The subway entrance was 50 yards away. Tammy could see it. The green sign, the metal railing, the concrete stairs descending into brightness. It was open again. A man was walking down the stairs, phone in hand, already somewhere else in his mind. The trains were running. The night was ending its interruption, resuming its ordinary business. Tammy looked at the entrance. Then she looked at him. He was already looking at her. In the amber streetlight, in the stillness of the corner, with the city resuming its noise just beyond the edge of their small shared silence. Something happened that was not dramatic and was not sudden, and was not the way these things happen in the stories that promise them. What happened was this. She turned toward him, and he did not step back. That was all. The turning, the not stepping back, the closing of the distance that had existed between them all night, not the physical distance, which had been small since the bench, but the other distance, the one that exists between any two people before they have decided, consciously or not, to be known to each other. She was close enough now to feel his breath, warm, faint, brushing the cold air between them, close enough to see in the streetlight the exact colour of his eyes, which were darker than she had thought, almost black, and which were looking at her with an expression she could not quite name, but which felt, in her chest, like being given permission. He raised his hand, slowly, not reaching for her exactly, but moving toward her the way water moves toward a low point, following gravity, following the shape of the ground. His fingertips touched the back of her hand where it hung at her side. Just the fingertips, just the faintest pressure, the lightest possible acknowledgement that she was there, that she was real, that the night and the walking and the talking had not been imagined. Tammy looked down at his hand on hers, at the small point of contact, his skin against hers, warm in the cold air. She looked at it for a long time, long enough for the moment to become something more than a moment, long enough for it to become a decision. Then she turned her hand over and let her fingers close around his. Neither of them moved for several seconds. They stood there at the corner holding hands in the most ordinary way, not intertwined, not desperate, not the grip of people afraid of losing each other, simply held, simply present. The way you hold something you have found after looking for it without knowing you were looking, and then, because the distance between them had already been closed, because there was no longer any space left in which restraint could live, he leaned toward her and she did not move away, and the kiss happened the way the best kisses happen in the quietest stories, without announcement, without spectacle, without the dramatic machinery of desire. It simply occurred, the way dawn occurs, not suddenly, but inevitably, as the natural conclusion of everything that had come before. It was not a long kiss. It was not a passionate kiss in the way that word is usually meant. It was something rarer than passion. It was a kiss of recognition, two people finding in each other's mouth the particular flavour of honesty they had been tasting all night in each other's words. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds, perhaps 5, long enough to feel, long enough to know. When they parted, they did not step back. They stayed close, foreheads almost touching, breath mingling in the cold air between them, hands still loosely held. Tammy closed her eyes. Behind her lids the streetlight pulsed its amber warmth, and the city made its distant sounds, and the night continued its business of turning imperceptibly toward morning. "There it is," he said, very quietly. She opened her eyes. He was smiling. A real smile this time. Not the quarter smile from the platform, but something fuller. Something that reached his eyes and changed the shape of his face entirely. He looked younger. He looked like someone who had just set down something heavy. "There it is," she said. They walked the last 50 yards together, still holding hands, and the subway entrance yawned. Before them, bright, operational, indifferent to what had just occurred on the corner behind them, a woman pushed through the turnstile, earbuds in, already gone. The fluorescent light hummed its familiar note, and the smell of the underground rose up the stairs like breath from a sleeping body, metal and electricity and the particular warmth of enclosed air. They stood at the top of the stairs. Tammy's stop was 3 stops north. His was 2 stops south, back the way they had come, on a different line, a different direction entirely. The geography of their separation was simple and absolute. There was no version of this in which they continued together. There was no next stop they could both take. She looked at him. He looked at her. The city moved around them. A taxi honked somewhere, a door closed, someone laughed on a phone call half a block away, and none of it touched the small, still space they occupied at the top of those stairs. "I don't know your name," she said. "I know," he said. A beat of silence. Not uncomfortable. Charged. Yes. With everything that had just happened. With the weight of the night and the walking and the kiss and the particular quality of being known by someone without being known at all. But not uncomfortable. The silence of 2 people who understood, without needing to say so, that what had passed between them did not require the ordinary machinery of continuation. No numbers exchanged. No someday. No attempt to preserve what had existed entirely in the space between stations, in the dark, in the hours when the city had briefly stopped moving and allowed them to stop with it. What had happened was complete. It did not need a sequel. Tammy squeezed his hand, once lightly, and released it. The warmth of his palm lingered on hers for a moment after the contact ended, the way an image lingers after you close your eyes. "Thank you," she said, "for walking." "Thank you," he said, "for not calling a cab." She smiled. He smiled back. And then, because the subway was open, and the trains were running, and the city was resuming its ordinary insistence on destinations, they turned in opposite directions. Tammy descended the stairs. The fluorescent light closed over her, and the sound of the trains grew louder, and the smell of the underground replaced the smell of the street. She walked to the platform and waited. A train arrived in 40 seconds. She stepped on. The doors closed. She did not look back. Not because she did not want to, because she understood, in the way that understanding sometimes arrives not as thought, but as sensation, as a quiet settling in the chest, that the looking back was not the point. The point was what she carried with her now, descending into the underground, riding north through the dark tunnels beneath the city, the memory of a hand held in the cold, a kiss that tasted like honesty, and the slow, extraordinary discovery that stillness was not something to be afraid of, It was simply where you went when you finally stopped running. Lifeboat number 6. The great ship groaned. It was a sound that went beyond the ears, a low metallic agony that vibrated in the very marrow of Marguerite Maggie Devereaux. Only moments ago she'd been a whirlwind of silk and laughter, a bright bird preening for the grand dining room of the RMS Titanic. Now her velvet cloak was ripped, her hair escaping its meticulously pinned chignon in a wild halo of mahogany curls. She was a woman reduced to her most fundamental form, a terrified, desperate animal clinging to a rapidly vanishing life. Maggie, the darling of Denver society, a creature whose every moment was defined by the security of wealth and the bravado of youth, felt her meticulously constructed world splintering into a million icy shards. Just breathe. Just stay on your feet. Don't let them see you're afraid. A Devereaux is never afraid. She chanted the mantra to herself, a hollow echo of her father's proud words. But the fear was a living thing, a cold serpent coiling in her gut, and it choked her with the acrid scent of salt water and coal smoke. The deck beneath her feet tilted at an impossible angle, a grotesque funhouse floor. The roar of escaping steam from the great funnels was a primeval scream, a sound of such titanic fury it felt as though the very heavens were being torn apart. Amid the din, the splintering crack of wood and the desperate human cries created a symphony of terror. Above it all, the glittering, mocking lights of the ship hung like a celestial necklace against a black, star-dusted sky, seemed to be plunging headfirst into a velvet abyss. Maggie, jostled by a panicked crowd, was pressed inexorably towards a lifeboat. Her innate confidence, a carefully cultivated shell of brash wit and easy charm, was cracking. She had never been a small woman, but here she felt as insignificant as a doll. A Devereaux never pushed, never scrambled. They glided, they commanded, but in this moment Maggie was merely cargo being swept along in a human tide. She stumbled, regaining her footing, her hand clutching desperately at the railing as the deck lurched again. She saw it then, the stark black silhouette of Lifeboat number 6, swinging low and menacing over the freezing North Atlantic. The sight of the boat was an anchor, a promise of survival, and a fresh wave of adrenaline pulsed through her, wiping away the last vestiges of her cultured facade. A few yards away, a man stood apart from the pandemonium. He was tall and lean in the uniform of a British naval officer, though Maggie knew from the pre-sailing passenger list that he was travelling as a civilian. William Kent was his name. He was a man of quiet angles and sharp edges, his jaw set in a line of stoic resolve. He was directing the loading of the lifeboat with a chilling, detached calm, his training kicking in as surely as an instinct. His hands, gloved in white, moved with a steady, unhurried purpose, helping a frantic mother and her child into the boat, his voice a low, calming presence in the roiling darkness. "Steady on," he said to a man whose terror had made him clumsy, one foot in front of the other. "That's it." He was a man of duty, a man of order, even as his world too was collapsing. His face was a mask of concentration, his gaze fixed on the task, but Maggie saw the slight tremor in his jaw, the flicker of steel in his eyes, and knew that beneath the calm lay a coiled and terrible tension. There was no melodrama in him, no grand pronouncements, just a quiet, unflinching resolve. And then everything happened at once. A fresh lurch of the ship, more violent than any before, ripped Maggie's hand from the railing. She stumbled, cried out, and was caught in the crush of a wave of people desperately trying to reach the lifeboat. She was airborne for a single breathless moment, and then she fell, tumbling head over heels into the boat. She landed in a heap, her cheek scraped, her ribs aching, but she was in. She was safe. She lay there, dazed, gasping for air, clutching at the rough wooden planks beneath her. She felt the heavy weight of a man's body settle against her, his firm hands holding her in place. She looked up, and her eyes, still wide with terror, met his. It was William Kent. He was looking at her, not with pity, but with a gaze so intense it felt like a physical touch. His eyes were the colour of the dark, freezing sea, fathomless and grave, and for a fleeting, eternal moment, time stopped. The roar of the steam, the splintering of the wood, the cries of the dying, it all faded into a distant hum. There was only the low groan of the ship and the two of them, held in that instant of shared, raw humanity. Maggie Devereux, the socialite who had never known a moment of genuine fear, and William Kent, the naval officer who had trained for every possible outcome, were together, cast adrift in a world of ice and death, united by the most improbable of sparks. The cries from the sinking ship had, at last, faded into the deep silence of the North Atlantic. The rhythmic splash of oars and the chattering of teeth were the only sounds now, a counterpoint to the terrifying calm that had replaced the roar of the disaster. Maggie, no longer just a spectator, had found an oar. Her hands, unaccustomed to such labour, ached with a dull, throbbing pain, but a fierce, almost defiant determination had taken root in her. She had shed the last of her velvet cloak in the lifeboat, and with it the last pretence of her former life. Now she rowed. Her movements were clumsy at first, a raw, uncoordinated effort born of a desperate need to survive. She watched the man across from her, his movements economical and strong, and tried to mimic him. "You're using too much of your arms," William said, his voice a low, calm rumble in the darkness. "Let your back do the work. Lean into it. That's it. Conserve your strength." He spoke with the quiet authority of a commander, but there was no arrogance in it, only a simple, undeniable truth. He was a man accustomed to leading, and in this small world of the lifeboat crammed full with frightened souls, he was the centre of a fragile new order. Maggie, stripped of her own authority, found herself yielding to his. She adjusted her rhythm, feeling her back muscles tense and flex, and soon fell into a steady, almost meditative rhythm. The shared work, the unspoken trust between them, began to forge a new kind of intimacy, one born not of flirtation or wit, but of sheer, undeniable need. As the night wore on, a new silence, one of shared vulnerability and quiet fear, settled over the lifeboat. The cold seeped into their bones, but the rhythm of their conversation began to generate a different kind of warmth. Maggie, whose life had been a series of witty quips and charming anecdotes, found herself talking about things that mattered. She spoke of her boisterous, loving family in Denver, her father's larger-than-life personality, and her own wild, untamed spirit, a spirit that had chafed against the confines of polite society. She spoke of her love for riding through the wide open spaces of the American West, of the sheer, unadulterated freedom of it. William in turn spoke of his own life, a quieter, more regimented one. He was a man of duty, of honour, a man who believed in order and consequence. He spoke of his time as a naval cadet, of the rigid discipline that had shaped him, of the unspoken code of honour that governed his world. He spoke too of a lost love, a quiet English girl he had courted for years, a girl who had died of a fever while he was at sea. The story was told without drama, but in its stark simplicity, Maggie heard a history of deep, enduring grief. He had loved her, he said, because she represented all that was steady and good in the world, a quiet anchor that he believed a man needed. When he had finished, he fell silent, staring up at the indifferent, star-filled canopy above them. In that moment, Maggie saw the emotional armour he wore, the wall he had built around his heart to protect it from the chaos of life. She, who had once prided herself on her fearlessness, recognized in him a far deeper and more terrifying courage, the courage to stand alone in the face of an insurmountable loss. They rode on side by side, their hands raw, their bodies cold, but their souls finding a strange, unexpected closeness. The creak of the oarlocks, the taste of salt on their lips, the shared warmth of a threadbare blanket. These were the anchors of their new reality. Maggie, with a boldness born of the moment, reached out and touched his hand on the oar. He did not pull away. His gaze, once so detached, was now turned to her, and in its fathomless depths she saw a flicker of something new, a nascent understanding, a fragile thread of connection that had somehow survived the sinking of the world. She had never been so vulnerable, and yet in this small, crowded boat in the middle of a vast and frozen ocean, she had never felt so seen. The decks of the rescue ship, the Carpathia, were a new world, a stark contrast to the small, intimate cosmos of Lifeboat No. 6. The chaotic calm of survival had given way to a dawning, terrible reality. The air, once filled with the rhythmic creak of oars and the hushed tones of shared secrets, now held the pervasive scent of hot coffee and the low, mournful murmur of the grieving. It was here, in the relative safety of a new and ordered world, that the chasm between Maggie Devereux and William Kent began to appear. Maggie, her brash confidence returning in the warmth of the ship, was a magnet for the other survivors. She moved among them with a renewed vivacity, her natural charisma drawing out stories, offering comfort, and becoming, in her way, a small centre of light in the ship's sombre atmosphere. She found herself surrounded by people who spoke her language, whose world she understood instinctively. They were alive, and that was all that mattered. "We're alive," she said to a woman from her deck, a fellow American socialite whose glittering dress she had once envied. That's all that matters now. She wore a borrowed dress, simple and practical, and her hair was still a wild, untamed mess, but her spirit was once again buoyant, her wit a bright, flashing thing. The chaos had stripped her, but it had not broken her. She was a creature of the sunlight, a woman who needed the noise and bustle of the world to be herself. Her energy, born of her fierce will to live, was contagious, and others clung to it, finding in her a momentary respite from their own grief. William, in contrast, was a man retreating. He stood apart, maintaining a stoic reserve that was a world away from the intimacy of the lifeboat. He was a quiet, internal man, a man of duty, and the public spectacle of the survivors was alien to him. He was a creature of the shadows, of quiet order, and in the bright, chaotic light of the Carpathia, he felt himself withdrawing. He saw Maggie in her element, her eyes bright with a kind of feverish joy, and felt the return of his own emotional reserve, a cold, protective shell he had long cultivated. The bond forged in the lifeboat, an unspoken understanding born of shared fear and struggle, felt thin and fragile, a thing of the night that might not survive the light of day. They found a brief, stolen moment together on the crowded deck, the wind whipping at their clothes, the wail of the ship's foghorn a lonely sound in the mist. Maggie, reaching out to him, found him distant, his gaze fixed on the endless grey of the sea. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice low and hesitant, a far cry from the booming confidence of her public self. "I am fine," he said, and his voice was clipped, polite, a stranger's voice. He looked at her, his eyes cold and grave, and for a moment she felt a chill deeper than the ocean's touch. He saw in her a creature of light, of careless, boisterous life, and felt the return of his old wound, the fear of attachment, the pain of a love that had ended in death. "She is a creature of sunlight," his inner voice whispered, a refrain echoing in the classic literary style of his guarded heart. "I belong to the shadows." As they approached New York Harbour, The sight of the Statue of Liberty through the mist was a promise of a new life, a new world. To Maggie, it was a symbol of her own wild, untamed spirit, a fierce, glorious promise of a future she would shape herself. To William, it was a beacon of a world he did not understand, a world of chaos and sentiment that he had long been trained to fear. They stood together on the deck side by side, but the ocean that had brought them together now felt like an impassable chasm. The unspoken connection, the fragile, beautiful thing they had found in the heart of the frozen sea, seemed to have shattered with the first light of day. The fire crackled in the hearth of Maggie's Denver parlour, its dancing light the only illumination in the room. Months had passed since the sinking, months during which Maggie had tried to bury the memories of that night, to lose herself in the bustling, confident rhythm of a new life, a life built on the foundations of old certainties. She was a woman of position, of privilege, but the memory of the lifeboat, of the quiet man with the fathomless eyes, remained a raw, unhealed wound in her soul. A knock came at the door, sharp and unexpected. Maggie, startled from her reverie, rose to answer it herself. Standing on her porch, framed by the cold twilight of a Colorado evening, was William Kent. He was out of uniform, his clothes those of a civilian, but the stoic resolve of the naval officer was etched in every line of his body. He was determined, his usual reserve stripped away by a terrible fear, the fear of a love that had been forged in a crucible of ice and was now threatened by the light of day. "William," she said, her voice a ghost of its former self, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "Maggie," he said, and the word was a plea, a confession, a prayer. He came in, leaving the door open to the cold, and they stood in the silent parlour, the firelight casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The intimacy of the lifeboat, of shared suffering and hushed confessions rushed back, a powerful, palpable force in the quiet room. They talked for hours, long into the night. They spoke of the unspoken, of the fragile, terrified bond they had formed in the open sea. They acknowledged the depth of the connection, the raw, undeniable attraction that had transcended the icy horror surrounding them. He told her of his months of restless nights, of trying to forget a woman who was a creature of sunlight, and failing. She confessed her own struggle, her attempts to return to a life of cheerful ease, a life that now felt thin and false. He moved to her then, drawn by an irresistible force, his usual stoicism a distant memory. The fire crackled and spit, the only witness to their reckoning. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and traced the line of her jaw, his touch sending a shiver through her, a current of longing that left her breathless. He had kissed her once on the deck of the Carpathia, a brief, desperate kiss of a world ending. This was different. This was a kiss of a world beginning. He leaned in, and his mouth, once a firm, guarded line, met hers. It was not a kiss of desperate urgency, but a slow, deliberate tenderness, a silent promise of a love that had been waiting, smouldering in the dark for months. His hands moved to her hair, his fingers tangling in the soft curls, freeing them from their pins and brushes, letting them fall in a wild cascade around her face. Her hands came up to cup his face, her thumbs stroking his cheeks, tracing the sharp, proud line of his bone structure. The kiss deepened, becoming more insistent, a wordless conversation of need and desire. His mouth became a demand, a reverent exploration of her. He kissed her like a man possessed by a beautiful and terrible hunger. Clothes were shed with a sense of ceremony, of unveiling something sacred. Skin met skin in a heated rush, a silent, breathless communion. He laid her back on the thick fur rug in front of the fire, his body a warm, solid weight against hers. His eyes, fixed on hers, held a silent question in their depths. She answered with a soft gasp, a slight arch of her back, a silent plea for more. His hand slid lower, exploring her with a mixture of reverence and hunger, his touch sending a tremor of pleasure through her. He moved within her slowly at first, his eyes never leaving hers, savouring the way her body arched and trembled beneath his touch, then faster as their shared need consumed them in waves of pleasure. He gave himself to her with a completeness she had never known, his body a language of shared trauma and shared survival, of a love that was forged in the heart of a frozen sea. She clung to him with a hiss of wonder that was almost awe, her body quivering, unconscious and alive, like plasm. They moved as one, a symphony of touch and taste and scent, their breaths coming in a rhythmic counterpoint to the crackling fire. He pulled her into a slow, deliberate embrace, their eyes locked, and she answered with a soft gasp, a silent arch of her back, a plea for more. He moved within her, a slow, rhythmic dance that built in intensity until they were a single, breathless, shuddering communion. Their bodies spoke a language of their own, a language of a love that was born in the heart of a frozen sea and had bloomed into something eternal. He felt her frenzy, her wild, passionate activity, and responded in kind, a deep and powerful giving that spoke of a surrender to a love as vast and terrifying as the ocean that had brought them together. In this raw, vulnerable intimacy, Maggie felt the last of her old self melt away, and a new woman, unafraid of her own desires, emerged in the firelight. After the breathless climax, he did not recede, but remained intertwined with her, his presence a warm, steady beat against her heart. She felt a profound, beautiful vulnerability, and tears of pure wonder streamed silently down her face. He held her close, his embrace a silent promise of forever, and in the quiet of the room she knew with every fibre of her being that she was not alone. Their love, born of desperation and forged in the heart of a frozen sea, was a thing of truth and magnificent beauty. The Denver sun, wild and untamed as the landscape it illuminated, streamed through the windows of Maggie and William's new home. It was a sprawling house, filled with the warmth of loving chaos, and it was here, amidst the wild beauty of the American West, that their love found its footing. William, having resigned his commission, had made a new life for himself. The man who had once believed so fiercely in order and discipline had found a different kind of peace in the beautiful, boisterous world Maggie had introduced him to. His love for her was a grounding force, a quiet anchor in the untamed landscape of a life lived for passion, not duty. He was a man of the shadows, but with Maggie he had stepped into the light. Maggie in turn had found a new sense of purpose. Her brash spirit, once a mask for a deep-seated vulnerability, was now tempered by a newfound emotional depth. She had discovered in herself a well of strength she never knew she possessed, and her love for William allowed her to be both strong and soft, both brash and tender. They were married in a small, intimate ceremony, surrounded by Maggie's boisterous, loving family. The wedding was a testament to the life they had built together, a life of honest love and quiet courage, a life that had been born in a lifeboat and had bloomed in the open air of the West. Months later they stood on the porch of their new home, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The scent of pine and sagebrush was thick on the air, and the feel of the rough-hewn wood of the porch railing beneath their hands was a physical reminder of the solid world they had built together. William wrapped his arms around her from behind, his hands resting on her belly. He held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his, feeling the steady beat of her heart, a rhythm that was now his own. "I never thought I could be this happy," he said, his voice a low rumble against her ear. Maggie leaned back against him, her head resting on his shoulder. The endless star-filled sky stretched out before them, a constant presence in their darkest moments, and a reminder of the vast, miraculous universe in which they had found each other. "I knew," she said, her voice soft and full of a quiet certainty. "From the moment you pulled me into that lifeboat, I knew." He turned her in, his arms, his eyes searching hers, his gaze dark and tender, and full of a promise that made her heart ache. "I love you, Maggie Devereaux," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "And I," she said, her voice catching, "love you, William Kent." He kissed her then, a kiss that was both a promise and a prayer, a testament to a love that was not born of fear, but of a shared and desperate hope. In the heart of a frozen sea, they had found a warmth that defied the cold, and in the light of a new day they had found a love that defied the odds, a love that was and is and always will be their lifeboat. The silence between coordinates. The hospital clung to the cliff face like a barnacle, grey stone against grey sky, salt-eaten mortar holding fast against wind that had crossed 3,000 miles of open water before breaking itself against these rocks. Eleanor Henry had chosen this posting precisely because it resembled a lighthouse, useful, isolated, and oriented away from human complication. She was a translator of secrets, though her official title read Communication Specialist Cryptographic Division. The signals room where she spent her nights was windowless, lit by the amber glow of vacuum tubes and the green phosphorescence of oscilloscope screens. Here, the war spoke in fragments, Morse code stripped of context, enemy transmissions reduced to frequency and pattern. Her job was to find meaning in the meaningless, to impose grammar on chaos. Eleanor believed in precision the way some women believed in God. Each decoded message was an act of clarity in a world drowning in obfuscation. She never embellished. She never inferred beyond what the data supported. When she handed her translations to the officers upstairs, she felt the satisfaction of having performed a small surgery on reality, cutting away the uncertain tissue, leaving only what could be proven. The other nurses found her cold. She overheard them sometimes in the canteen. "Miss Henry doesn't have a heart. She has a metronome." She didn't correct them. Better to be thought mechanical than to be known as vulnerable. The wounded arrived by convoy, by ship, by ambulance that groaned up the coastal road in the small hours. Eleanor rarely saw them. Her domain was underground, where voices travelled as electromagnetic waves rather than breath and tongue. She preferred it that way. Until the night Captain David Harding was carried through the main doors on a stretcher, his flight suit still reeking of aviation fuel and cordite, his face so wrapped in gauze that only his mouth and one eye remained visible. Eleanor first encountered him not in person, but in paperwork. His file arrived in her signals room by mistake, delivered by an exhausted orderly who'd confused the cryptographic office with medical records. She should have sent it back immediately. Instead, she read it. Captain David Harding, fighter pilot, desert theatre, aircraft destroyed behind enemy lines, rescued after 6 days, injuries, second-degree burns, face, hands, fractured ribs, severe dehydration, cognitive status, intermittent amnesia, disorientation regarding time and place, patient calm but uncommunicative regarding details of survival. What caught her attention was a note in the margin, added by the psychiatric officer. Patient repeatedly requests the voice. When asked to clarify, becomes agitated. Recommend evaluation for auditory hallucination. She returned the file the next morning, but the phrase lingered in her mind like a half-decoded cipher. The voice. As if a voice could exist, independent of a body, a person, an intention. 3 days later, Dr. Reeves appeared in her doorway. A rare intrusion. He was holding a reel-to-reel tape recorder, looking apologetic. "Miss Henry, I need to ask you something unusual." She set down her pencil with geometric precision. Go on. Captain Harding, the pilot from the Desert Rescue. He's not responding well to standard rehabilitation, won't engage in conversation, barely tolerates physical therapy, but he has this peculiar reaction to radio transmissions. When he hears Morse code or voice traffic through the speakers, his vital signs stabilize. It's as if, Reeves struggled for the word, as if he recognizes it as safety. You want me to play signals for him? I want you to read to him. Reeves set the recorder on her desk. Your voice is similar in tone and cadence to the radio operators, and you have security clearance for the material. We have old transmissions, already decoded, no longer classified. Training, exercises, weather reports, navigational logs, nothing sensitive. But read aloud, in that clear way you have. I think it might help. Eleanor felt something contract in her chest, a small defensive tightening. I decode, Doctor. I don't perform. I'm not asking you to perform. I'm asking you to read. 20 minutes a day. Consider it another form of translation, converting data into something a damaged mind can process. She wanted to refuse, but Reeves was already thanking her, already retreating down the corridor, when Eleanor was left holding a stack of transcripts bound in brown paper, knowing she would agree because refusal would require an explanation she didn't want to give. The first time she entered his room, he was sitting by the window in a wheelchair, his bandaged hands resting on the armrests like broken birds. The gauze had been reduced to dressings now, revealing a face marked by scarring that would fade but never disappear, a map of heat drawn across his left cheek and temple. He turned when she entered, and his one visible eye, grey-blue, startlingly clear, fixed on her with an intensity that made her want to look away. Captain Harding, I'm Eleanor Henry. From Communications, Dr. Reeves asked me to read to me. His voice was rough from disuse but surprisingly gentle. He said someone would read. She sat in the chair positioned across from him, opened the folder, and began with a weather report from 6 months prior. Wind speeds, barometric pressure, visibility conditions over the Mediterranean. The effect was immediate. His breathing deepened. The tension in his shoulders, something she'd noticed without meaning to, released incrementally. When she paused between entries, he made a small sound, almost a word, and she understood he wanted her to continue. She read for exactly 20 minutes, as requested. When she stood to leave, he spoke again. You sound like her. Eleanor paused at the door. Like whom? The voice that brought me back. The sessions became routine. Each evening at 1900 hours she would arrive with new transcripts, radio traffic from forgotten operations, navigational coordinates that had guided aircraft safely home, weather advisories read aloud by operators who never knew their words would be used as medicine. Captain Harding, he insisted she call him David after the first week, began to heal. The bandages came off. He graduated from wheelchair to crutches to walking unassisted. But he continued to request the readings, and Dr. Reeves, pleased with the progress, continued to authorise them. Eleanor told herself it was clinical, that her meticulous timekeeping, never arriving early, never staying late, proved her professional boundaries, that the way her voice softened slightly when reading coordinates, the way she'd learned which cadences made him breathe easier, was simply effective technique. But in truth, something had shifted. The signals room no longer felt sufficient. She found herself distracted during her night work, remembering the way David listened, not to her words but to some quality beneath them, some frequency only he could hear. One evening, after she'd finished the day's transcript, he asked, Do you know what it's like to be lost? Geographically, existentially. He smiled, and the scar tissue pulled slightly at the corner of his mouth. To have no memory of who you were, only of being found. Eleanor set the folder aside. "Tell me what you remember." "Sand. So much sand it had its own texture of silence. My radio was dead. I'd been walking for 3 days, maybe 4, rationing water from a single canteen, and then..." He closed his eyes. A voice, coming through static on a frequency that shouldn't have been possible. A woman, reading coordinates. Not to me. She didn't know I was there. But I followed them anyway, because they were the only order in all that chaos. And you found rescue. I found a patrol that had been dispatched to those exact coordinates for a different reason entirely, as if she'd summoned them without knowing. He opened his eyes. "You sound like her. The clarity, the precision. When you read, I can almost..." He didn't finish. Neither did Eleanor. But she understood what he was saying, that her voice had become a bridge to something he couldn't name, and that she had stepped onto it without realizing there was no guardrail. The fog came in thick that October, turning the world beyond the hospital into suggestion rather than certainty. Eleanor's readings gradually deviated from the approved material. She began bringing in more complex transmissions, decoded conversations between pilots, fragmentary distress calls with their resolutions, the terse poetry of emergency coordinates followed by confirmation of rescue. David responded to narrative. She learned this by accident when she read a particularly detailed exchange between a squadron leader and his wingman, conversation that had taken place entirely in code but which she'd translated into its full human meaning. David had wept, quietly, and then apologized. "Don't," she'd said. "It's a reasonable response." To what? To being reminded that you survived when others didn't. After that, she stopped pretending the sessions were rehabilitation. They were something else, a shared country neither of them had intended to enter. He began staying awake at night, he told her, listening to the radio in the patient's lounge, searching for frequencies that resembled what he remembered. She found herself doing the same in the signals room, isolating voice transmissions from the static, wondering if somewhere in that electromagnetic noise was the original, the woman whose voice had become his compass. "Do you want to find her?" Eleanor asked one evening, when the fog was so thick they could barely see the rocks below the window. David was quiet for a long time. "I don't know if she exists. Not as a person. Maybe she was just my mind inventing pattern where there was only noise. That's not how radio works. Isn't it how survival works? The brain creating meaning to prevent collapse?" Eleanor wanted to argue, to insist on the material reality of electromagnetic transmission, the impossibility of hallucinating coordinates that led to actual rescue. But she realized what he was really saying, that he preferred the voice to remain abstraction, rather than risk discovering it belonged to someone he couldn't reach, or someone who wasn't her. The first fissure appeared in December, when David's medical records were updated with recovered documentation from his unit. Someone had tracked down his squadron's operational logs, his mission reports, his service history. Eleanor watched as his amnesia began to retreat, forced back by the advancing army of verifiable facts. He remembered the name of his aircraft, his call sign, the face of his co-pilot who died 3 missions before, David's own crash. Each recovered memory was a small violence, wanted but wounding, and then he remembered her name. Lydia Ashcroft, he said one evening, the words arriving without preamble. Lieutenant, Royal Signal Corps, stationed at a forward communications post in Egypt. She was, his voice caught, she was coordinating search patterns for downed aircraft. That's why she was broadcasting those coordinates. She was trying to find me. Eleanor felt something inside her turn to ice and then shatter. "You're certain?" "I heard someone in the officers' lounge talking about the North Africa Communications Network, and I just knew. Her voice, the way she pronounced coordinates with that slight emphasis on the cardinal directions. It was her." He looked at Eleanor then with something close to desperation. I need to find her, to thank her, to know if she... He didn't finish, but Eleanor understood. To know if she remembers me. I can help, Eleanor heard herself say. I have access to military communications records. If she was broadcasting those coordinates, there will be logs. It took 3 days of careful searching through classified archives she shouldn't have been accessing. But Eleanor found her, Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft, age 27, currently stationed at a signals installation in Scotland, 600 miles north. When she gave David the information, she watched his face transform, relief and longing, and something that looked like grief compressed into a single expression. He thanked her. He asked if she would help him compose a letter. She agreed, because what else could she do? And in that moment, Eleanor understood with perfect clarity that she had mistaken proximity for intimacy, ritual for relationship. That David had been listening not to her, but through her, waiting for his memory to resolve into the face he actually needed to see. The letter took a week to write. David would dictate fragments, then stop, frustrated by the inadequacy of words. Eleanor would suggest phrasing, her translator's instinct kicking in even as her heart performed its own small death. Dear Lieutenant Ashcroft, the letter began, you do not know me, but your voice brought me home. Eleanor typed each word with mechanical precision, translating his half-formed gratitude into clean, clear English. She told herself she was being helpful, professional, that this was simply another form of decoding, converting raw emotion into transmittable language. But on the 5th evening, as they worked past her usual departure time, David's dictation shifted. I heard your voice before I knew my own name, he said slowly. In the desert, delirious. I thought you were... He paused. I thought you were speaking only to me, as if the coordinates were meant to lead me not to rescue, but to you. Eleanor's hands hovered over the typewriter keys. Should I include that? No. David rubbed his face, the scars pulling against his skin. It sounds insane. She was doing her job. I was one of dozens of missing pilots. She probably doesn't remember my call sign, let alone... He stopped again. Let alone what? The way it felt to be held by nothing but sound. Eleanor typed the sentence before she could stop herself. Then she pulled the paper from the typewriter, crumpled it, threw it away, started over with something safer, more factual, less true. That night, alone in the signals room, she retrieved the crumpled page from the wastepaper basket and smoothed it flat. Read his words again, held by nothing but sound. She understood then what had happened. David hadn't fallen in love with Lieutenant Ashcroft. He'd fallen in love with being saved. And Eleanor, in her nightly readings, had recreated that salvation, offering him the illusion of return without requiring him to leave. It was a mercy. It was also a lie. And Eleanor, who had built her entire identity on accuracy, had been complicit in its telling. The reply from Lieutenant Ashcroft arrived 3 weeks later. A polite professional letter that confirmed she remembered his rescue, expressed relief at his survival, and wished him well in his recovery. There was no poetry in it, no suggestion of anything beyond collegial goodwill. David read it twice, then set it carefully on the table between them. Eleanor waited for disappointment, for grief, for something. Instead, he looked at her and said, She doesn't know who I am. She remembers your rescue. But not me. Not the person who heard her and held on. That person doesn't exist in her memory. He was quiet for a long moment. Maybe he doesn't exist anywhere except here. The air between them felt charged, dangerous. Eleanor should have left, should have gathered her papers and retreated to the safety of the signals room. Instead, she heard herself ask, Who is he? The person who exists here? David stood slowly, crossed the small space between them. His hand, still scarred, still uncertain, reached for hers. Someone who wants to thank you, he said quietly. Not for reading to me, for letting me hear myself become real again. They kissed, or something like it. A collision more than a convergence, mouths seeking not passion but confirmation. Eleanor felt herself respond, felt her body lean into his even as her mind catalogued all the reasons this was displacement, substitution, a fundamental category error. When they separated, neither spoke. The kiss hung in the air between them like a question neither could answer. That night, Eleanor lay in her narrow bed and understood with terrible clarity David needed someone to love who wasn't the abstraction of Lydia Ashcroft. And she needed to believe that someone could want her, not for her usefulness, but for something more essential, more irreducible. Neither need had anything to do with the other. David was discharged 3 weeks later, cleared for limited duty. He would be returning not to active flight status, but to a training command near London, teaching new pilots the aerial manoeuvres that had once been instinct. The night before his departure, Eleanor found him in the patient's lounge, listening to the radio. Static and fragments of Morse code filled the small room. "Looking for something?" she asked. "Just listening." He turned down the volume. "Eleanor, I need to tell you. Don't." She sat beside him, careful to maintain distance. "You don't owe me explanations. I owe you honesty." He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know what I feel. I know I'm grateful. I know that your voice became the architecture I used to rebuild myself, and I know that's not the same as love." She said the word for him, sparing him the labour of its articulation. "Is it?" He turned to look at her fully. "How would I know the difference?" Eleanor thought of all the transmissions she'd decoded, all the messages reduced to their essential meaning. She thought of the margin between what was said and what was meant, and how her entire profession existed in that gap. "You would know," she said finally, "because love doesn't require translation." They sat in silence as the radio cycled through frequencies, touching briefly on voices speaking languages neither of them understood, Arabic, Russian, Portuguese, French, before sliding back into static. "I wrote to her again," David said finally. "Lieutenant Ashcroft. I told her the truth, that I'd confused gratitude with something else, that I didn't actually want to meet her, because the voice I needed wasn't hers anymore." He paused. "If it ever was." "What did she say?" "She understood. Better than I did, probably. She said something I keep thinking about. We're all just signals travelling through the dark, hoping someone's listening." He smiled slightly. Very romantic for a signals officer. Eleanor felt something loosen in her chest. Not relief exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition. "What happens now?" "I don't know. I go to London. You stay here, listening to the war." He reached for her hand, held it loosely. "But I'll remember this, not as the place I recovered, but as the place where someone taught me that accuracy is a form of care." "And you taught me," Eleanor said quietly, "that sometimes accuracy means admitting what you don't know." 6 months after David's departure, Eleanor received a letter. Not from him. He'd written twice, brief notes about training exercises in London in the spring, carefully impersonal, but from Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft. "Dear Miss Henry, Captain Harding wrote to tell me about your work with him during his recovery. I wanted to thank you, not for saving him. We both know I didn't, not really. But for showing him that voices can be more than emergency frequencies. They can be conversation, companionship, the daily static we call connection. I wonder if you know how rare that is. Most of us in this work learn to separate signal from person, message from messenger. You remembered they were always the same thing. If you're ever in Scotland, I'd welcome the chance to meet the woman whose voice replaced mine. Not because I'm jealous. I'm not. but because I'm curious about the person who could teach a lost pilot that being found is different from being home." Eleanor read the letter 3 times, then filed it carefully in her desk drawer. She didn't write back. What would she say? That she'd fallen briefly, impossibly in love with a man who'd been in love with the idea of rescue. That she'd learned love could be accurate and still be wrong. Instead, she returned to her work, but something had shifted. When she decoded transmissions now, she heard not just data, but the voices behind them, the operators sending coordinates into the dark, hoping someone was listening, hoping not just to be heard, but to be understood. David had been right. We're all signals travelling through space, looking for resonance. And Eleanor had learned, sometimes the most loving thing you can do is decode the message accurately enough to know when it's not meant for you. She continued her work through winter, through spring, through the slow turning of the war toward its conclusion, and every night, when the signals room fell quiet and the oscilloscopes glowed their ghost green glow, she would think of a pilot in the desert, following coordinates toward rescue, and a voice that had said, "I'm here, I'm listening, you're not alone." It hadn't been love, but it had been true. And for Eleanor Henry, who had built her life on the difference between the two, that was enough. Between layovers. The snow had been falling for 3 hours when Dr. Clara Vasquez first noticed the outlet situation. Gate C47 sat at the terminal's furthest edge, an architectural afterthought with only 4 electrical outlets for nearly 200 stranded passengers. Most had migrated toward the food courts or claimed territory in the business lounges. Clara had stayed, partly from inertia, partly because she'd already translated 40 pages of medieval Catalan poetry that afternoon, and moving felt like admitting defeat to the weather. She was reaching for her dying laptop charger when someone said, "The left one's broken." Clara looked up. The man was perhaps 35, dressed in layers that suggested either homelessness or deliberate aesthetic, a distinction Clara had learned not to make hastily during her years teaching in Berlin. Dark hair escaped a wool cap. A camera bag sat at his feet. Professional, but worn. "Thank you," Clara said, switching. "Outlets. Though I'm not sure it matters. My flight's been cancelled twice now." "Where to?" "Boston. You?" "Nowhere specific." He smiled slightly. "I had a connecting flight to Sao Paulo, but I'm beginning to suspect the universe is intervening." Clara felt the small shock of recognition that came when someone's diction matched her own private vocabulary. Most people didn't attribute agency to the universe in casual conversation. "I'm Marcus," he offered. "Clara." They shook hands, a curiously formal gesture in an airport where normal rules had already dissolved. Marcus's palm was warm, calloused in a way that suggested manual work, not academia. "You're a photographer," Clara said, nodding toward the bag. "Street photography mostly. And you're a professor of something precise. Literature? No, linguistics." Clara laughed despite herself. "How did you... Your fingers," Marcus gestured. "You've been tapping your thumb and index finger together every few seconds. My ex-wife was a simultaneous interpreter. She did the same thing when she was translating in her head." The casual mention of ex-wife landed between them, a stone dropped in water. Clara registered it, filed it, felt something shift in the tenor of their exchange. "I was working on a 13th century poem," Clara admitted, "trying to preserve the rhythm in English without destroying the meaning. It's impossible, of course." "Why translate it at all, then?" "Because we have to try." Clara heard the earnestness in her own voice and winced internally. "Sorry, that's my academic soapbox." "No, I'm genuinely asking." Marcus settled into the adjacent seat, his attention complete in a way Clara rarely encountered outside seminars. "If the translation is necessarily incomplete, what's being preserved?" The attempt at connection, Clara said slowly, surprised to find herself articulating something she'd never quite put into words. Language doesn't create reality, but it's the only tool we have to share, our experience of it. The translation says, I existed in one linguistic world, and I'm trying to build a bridge to yours. The bridge is rickety. That doesn't make it worthless. But doesn't something die in the crossing? Something transforms. That's not the same as dying. Marcus's eyes, dark brown Clara noticed with amber striations, held hers for a beat longer than necessary. I think we fundamentally disagree about whether transformation and death are different things. Then we'll have to argue about it, Clara said, and felt the conversation lock into place like a key turning. The departure board flickered. All flights now showed simply delayed. They migrated. First to a cafe where the barista had long since stopped caring about closing time, then to an observation deck where snow accumulated on the tarmac in sculpted drifts. Marcus photographed the patterns of footprints around abandoned luggage. Clara found herself explaining the etymology of liminal while watching. Marcus's hands move, quick, decisive, intimately familiar with his equipment. You said something dies in transformation, Clara said, returning to their earlier thread. What are you afraid of losing? Marcus lowered his camera. Specificity. The precise angle of light at 6:47 a.m. in Prague. The exact timbre of my mother's laugh before her stroke. Things that only exist once, in one configuration, and then they're gone. I photograph them because I don't trust language to hold them. But photographs are translations too, Clara argued. Three-dimensional reality reduced to 2 dimensions. Time collapsed into a single instant. At least they're honest about what they're losing. Are they? Clara felt her pulse quicken the way it did during a good debate. Every frame you choose excludes infinite other frames. Every decision about aperture and exposure is an interpretation. You're just using light instead of words. Light doesn't lie the way words do. Light lies constantly. Every shadow is a deception about what's behind it. Marcus laughed, sudden and genuine. God, you're stubborn. I'm consistent. There's a difference. They were leaning toward each other, Clara realised. The observation deck was empty except for them, the snow creating a white noise that made the silence between their words feel private, conspiratorial. Tell me about the marriage, Marcus said quietly. Clara should have been startled by the intuition, but wasn't. How did you... You have a slight tan line on your ring finger, and you said we earlier when talking about preservation, then corrected to I. Clara touched the bare space on her left hand. His name was David. Is David. We're not dead to each other, just separate. It ended 2 years ago. What killed it? Entropy. We were both so careful to never hurt each other that we stopped being real with each other. One day I realised I was translating myself in my own home, choosing words that would land softly instead of honestly. When language fails in a marriage, there's nothing left. I've been married, Marcus admitted. It lasted 2 years, ended amicably enough, but it taught me I'm not built for staying in one place. I don't trust permanence, or maybe I don't trust myself with it. Because things die when they stay still. Because I do. Marcus's voice was steady but not light. I need movement the way other people need stability. When I stay in one place too long, I start disappearing. Not metaphorically. I literally start to forget who I am. My marriage lasted 2 years, but I was gone long before it officially ended. Since then, the longest I've managed is 11 months, and by the end I was so erased I couldn't remember what I liked to eat. Clara understood then that they were both running, just in opposite directions. She from the collapse of chosen stillness, Marcus from the terror of it. Where would you go? Clara asked. If you could go anywhere right now. Honestly, nowhere. I'd stay here. The admission hung between them. Beyond the windows, a snowplow traced patient paths across the tarmac, its lights golden in the white darkness. "I've been thinking," Marcus continued, "about a photograph I saw once in Lisbon. It was in a gallery, not a museum, this tiny place in Alfama. The print showed an empty chair in morning light. Nothing else. But something about the angle of the light and the way the chair was positioned, you could almost see the person who'd just gotten up. You could almost hear them making coffee in the next room. The absence was so specific it became a presence." "That's what good translation does," Clara said softly. "It makes you feel the weight of what's missing." Marcus turned to face her fully. They were close enough now that Clara could see the faint scar through his left eyebrow, the way his pulse beat visibly in the hollow of his throat. "I want to photograph you," Marcus said. "Why?" "Because I'm trying to remember this, and I don't trust myself to get it right in words." Clara felt the request settle in her chest like heat. "Okay," Marcus lifted his camera. The shutter clicked, once, twice. Then he lowered it without checking the screen. "I already know they won't capture it," he said. "What won't they capture?" "The way you looked at me just now, like I'd asked you something more significant than a photograph." "You did," Clara said, and watched Marcus's breath catch. The space between them had contracted to inches. Clara could smell his scent, something like cedar and dark coffee. Her own heart was loud enough she wondered if he could hear it. "Clara?" Her name in Marcus's mouth sounded different. Considered. Kept. "Yes. I think we should acknowledge what's happening here." "And what is happening?" "I don't know the word for it in any language." Marcus's smile was crooked, uncertain. "But I know I stopped wanting to leave the moment you started arguing with me." Clara felt something in her chest, crack open, not painfully, but like a window she hadn't known was sealed. "I don't do temporary," she said. "I can't. I've spent 2 years learning how to not evaporate, and this, whatever this is, it feels like weather. Beautiful and impossible to hold." "What if weather is enough?" Marcus asked. "What if we stop needing it to be more than what it is?" "I don't know how to do that." "Neither do I. But I'm tired of leaving before I find out what staying might feel like." The departure board in the distance flickered again. More delays, more gates reassigned. Time stretched and doubled back on itself. In the morning, flights would resume. Decisions would be required. But now, in this moment, suspended. Clara reached out and touched Marcus's face. His hand came up to cover hers, holding it there. "Come with me," Marcus said. They found a hotel inside the terminal, one of those anonymous spaces designed for missed connections and early departures. The room smelled of industrial, detergent, and the particular loneliness of places no one chooses to be. Marcus dropped his bag by the door. Clara stood at the window watching snow erase the runway markings. "I should check my flight status," Clara said. "Okay." Neither of them moved. "This is a bad idea," Clara continued, still facing the window. "I don't know you. Tomorrow you'll be on your way to Sao Paulo or Cape Town or wherever the next frame calls you, and I'll be back in Boston teaching undergraduates who think linguistics is about grammar. We're operating outside probability here." "Probability," Marcus repeated. "Is that what you call it when you're afraid?" Clara turned. "I call it pattern recognition. I've done this before. The intensity that feels like fate. It never survives logistics." "So you'd rather have nothing than something temporary?" "I'd rather not start grieving while I'm still in the room." Marcus flinched. Clara watched it happen and hated herself for the precision of her words, for weaponizing her gift for language. "That's not fair," Marcus said quietly. "No, it's not." Clara sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. "I'm sorry. I'm good at dismantling things. It's a professional skill that bleeds into everything else. You think I'm going to leave? I know you're going to leave. You said it yourself. You need movement, and I need—" Clara stopped, surprised by the truth rising in her throat. "I need to matter enough to make someone stay. The admission stripped her bare. Marcus crossed the room and knelt in front of her, not supplicant but equal, bringing their eyes level. "You do," Marcus said, "matter, but I can't promise to be what you need me to be. I don't know if I'm capable of being anyone's permanent anything." "Then why are we here?" "Because maybe probability isn't the only math that matters. Maybe sometimes you bet on possibility even when the odds are terrible." Clara touched Marcus's face, traced the scar through his eyebrow. "I don't know how to bet on terrible odds." "Then let me," Marcus said, and kissed her. The kiss was not tentative. It carried the weight of their entire conversation, every argument, every confession, every moment of recognition. Clara felt herself surface into it, her careful defences scattering like snow. They moved together toward the bed, shedding layers, Marcus's jacket, Clara's cardigan, the insulating distance they'd maintained until it became unbearable. Clara's hands found the warm skin beneath Marcus's shirt and he gasped against her mouth, a sound of surprise and surrender. "Tell me what you want," Clara whispered. "This. You. All of it." Marcus's voice was unsteady. "I want to know what you taste like. I want to learn how you move. I want—" Clara silenced him with another kiss, deeper this time, her tongue sliding against his. He lowered her onto the bed, following her down, Clara's careful control fracturing into something more desperate. She pulled Marcus's shirt over his head and paused, drinking in the sight of him. Lean muscle, a scattering of freckles across his collarbone, the vulnerable hollow of his throat. "You're staring," Marcus said, but he was smiling. "I'm translating," Clara corrected, and bent to press her mouth to his sternum, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. "I'm trying to find language for this. Try touch instead." So Clara did. She mapped Marcus's body with hands and mouth, the soft skin of his inner wrists, the sharp jut of his hip bones, the surprising strength in his thighs. Marcus arched beneath her attention, fingers knotted in Clara's hair, breathing her name like punctuation. When Clara's hand slid lower, Marcus made a sound that was almost a laugh, surprised, delighted, utterly undone by her touch. "Yes," Marcus said, and then again, "Yes," and Clara felt something in herself unlock completely. They took turns leading and following, the power shifting fluidly between them. Marcus's hands were sure, practiced, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply, exactly where to touch her. Clara found herself making sounds she'd forgotten she could make, her body responding with an eagerness that felt both foreign and entirely true. When Marcus's lips moved to her chest, Clara stopped thinking altogether. When his fingers slid between her legs, she stopped remembering why she'd been afraid. There was only the immediate grammar of skin, the vocabulary of breath, the syntax of pleasure building toward crescendo. He moved lower, kissing a path down her stomach, and then his mouth was on her and Clara's back arched off the bed, one hand fisting in the sheets, the other tangled in his dark hair. He took his time, learning what made her gasp, what made her hips lift seeking more. When she came apart beneath his tongue, she said his name like a revelation. Marcus moved back up her body, finding her lips again in a kiss that was deep and claiming. Clara reached between them, wrapping her hand around him, and he shuddered at the contact. "Clara, I want you," she said simply, "all of you." Both of them moved together, gasping at the intimacy of it. They moved together, finding a rhythm that felt inevitable, like something they'd been doing for years rather than minutes. Marcus buried his face in her neck, breathing hard, and Clara held him close, her legs wrapped around his waist. The pleasure built again, sharper this time, more urgent. Marcus's rhythm stuttered, and Clara could feel him getting close. She tightened around him deliberately, and he groaned, his control fraying. "Clara, I know, me too." They reached their peak together, or nearly so, Marcus first, then Clara a breath after, pulled over the edge by the feeling of him losing himself inside her. They collapsed into each other, sweat slicked and trembling, Clara's face pressed to Marcus's shoulder. "I take it back," Clara said when she could speak. "What?" "Language isn't the only way to share. Reality." Marcus's laugh was soft against her hair. "I'll add that to my list of academic victories." They lay tangled together, the hotel room's thin curtains filtering the sodium lights outside. Clara felt the familiar dread beginning to creep back, the awareness of mourning, of decisions, of all the practical reasons this couldn't work. "Don't," Marcus said, as if reading her mind. "Don't what?" "Start building your exit. I can feel you doing it." Clara closed her eyes. "I don't know how to not protect myself." "I know, but you don't have to figure it out tonight." Morning came in stages. First the gradual lightening beyond the curtains, then the muffled sounds of the airport resuming its operations. Finally, Clara's phone vibrating with an update. Her flight to Boston was boarding in 90 minutes. Marcus was already awake, sitting at the window with his camera. He'd photographed Clara sleeping. Clara could tell from the direction of his gaze the slight adjustment of his lens. "Show me," Clara said. Marcus crossed to the bed and handed over the camera. The image on the screen showed Clara's face in profile, hair spread across the pillow, expression unguarded in a way she'd never seen herself. She looked peaceful. She looked like someone capable of trust. "I'm keeping this one," Marcus said, "even if you disappear on me." Clara set the camera aside carefully. "My flight. I know. Mine to Sao Paulo is in 3 hours. Marcus sat on the bed's edge. "So we should probably have the conversation now." "What conversation?" "The one where we decide if this was a beautiful anomaly, or the beginning of something we're both too scared to name." Clara felt her throat tighten. The morning light was unforgiving, illuminating all the logistics they'd ignored in the dark. Marcus lived out of a backpack. Clara had a rent-controlled apartment, a tenure-track position, a life constructed around stability. It existed in different gravitational fields. "I don't see how this works," Clara said. "I'm not built for uncertainty. And I'm not built for staying, so we're at an impasse. Is this where we exchange numbers and make promises we won't keep?" Marcus's expression shuttered. "Is that what you think this was?" "I think this was real and unsustainable in equal measure." "Fuck your probability, Clara." Marcus stood, started gathering his scattered clothes. "Not everything is a risk calculation. Some things are worth trying even when they're unlikely." Says the man who's never stayed anywhere longer than a year. "Because no one ever gave me a reason to," Marcus's voice cracked. "Everyone I've ever been with has treated me like a temporary condition, like something exotic that would get boring once the novelty wore off. You think I don't want permanence? I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified I'm not capable of it, but I was willing to try." "Willing to try what?" "A long-distance relationship where we see each other twice a year between your assignments, where I sit in Boston waiting while you rediscover yourself in every new city. You're so convinced you know how this ends." "Because I've read this story before." The words echoed in the small room. They stood facing each other, breathing hard, everything they'd built in the dark crumbling in the daylight. "I should go," Marcus said finally. "Marcus, no, you're right. This was probability pretending to be possibility. I know how to read when I'm not wanted." He grabbed his bag, moved toward the door. Clara felt panic rising in her chest, warring with the part of her that insisted this was the rational outcome, the safe conclusion. "Wait!" The word came out strangled. Marcus stopped, hand on the doorknob. Clara stood, wrapped the hotel robe around herself. "I'm not. This isn't about not wanting you. This is about knowing myself well enough to admit I can't be what you need. I can't be comfortable with uncertainty. I need structure, commitment. The promise that today's intimacy will still matter tomorrow. And you think I can't give you that? I think you've spent your entire life running from exactly that kind of promise. Marcus turned. His eyes were wet, but his voice was steady. You're right, I have. Because every time I've tried to stay, I've watched myself disappear into someone else's idea of who I should be. But last night, he stopped, gathered himself. Last night I felt like I could be entirely myself and entirely with you at the same time. That's never happened before. It's been 12 hours. I know how insane this sounds, but I also know that I've been waiting my whole life to argue with someone the way I argue with you. To have someone match my intensity without trying to sand down my edges. You scare the hell out of me, Clara. Not because you're unstable, but because you make me want to try something I'm convinced I'll fail at. Clara felt something crack in her chest. The same sensation as the night before, but sharper now, more painful. What are you saying? I'm saying I'll stay, or I'll go and come back, or we'll figure out some third option that doesn't exist yet, but I'm not walking out of this room without knowing we're at least trying. Trying what? To build a bridge. Isn't that what you said translation was? An attempt at connection even when the tools are inadequate. Marcus crossed back to her, close enough to touch. I'm fluent in leaving, Clara. Teach me how to stay. Clara's breath came shallow. Every rational part of her brain was screaming warnings about rushed decisions, about incompatible lifestyles, about the statistical likelihood of failure. But there was another voice, quieter, insistent. What if he's right? What if probability isn't the only math that matters? I don't know how to do this, Clara admitted. Neither do I. But I'd rather fail at trying than succeed at running away again. Clara reached for Marcus's hand, their fingers interlaced with the same rightness as the night before. I'm going to be terrible at this. I'll need reassurance. I'll need plans and schedules and concrete evidence that this is real. And I'll need space to move. I'll need you to trust me even when I'm not physically present. I'll need you to believe I can come back. That's a lot of needs. Yes. We might be completely incompatible. We might be. This is possibly the worst decision I've ever made. Marcus smiled then, tentative but genuine. Welcome to possibility, Dr. Vasquez. Clara pulled him close, buried her face in his shoulder. I'm going to need you to miss your flight to Sao Paulo. Already planning to. And we're going to need to have about 500 conversations about how this logistically works. I'm excellent at logistics when I'm motivated. Are you motivated? Marcus pulled back enough to meet her eyes. I've never wanted anything the way I want to figure out how to keep you. The kiss was different this time. Not the desperate exploration of the night before, but something steadier. A promise made in the full light of morning, with all its attendant risks visible and acknowledged. Clara's phone buzzed. Her flight was boarding. So, Marcus said, what do we do now? Clara thought about her life in Boston, the apartment that still smelled like David, the tenure-track position she'd worked a decade to secure, the comfortable predictability of academic semesters. Then she thought about Marcus's photographs of absent presences, about language that tried and failed and tried again, about the courage required to translate yourself to another person, knowing the result would never be perfect. Now, Clara said, we figure out if I can teach from anywhere with Wi-Fi. 6 months later, Clara stood in the Alfama district of Lisbon, photographing Marcus, photographing a street musician. Her apartment, their apartment, was a third-floor walk-up with terrible water pressure and a view of red rooftops that made her chest ache every morning. She taught her seminars via video conference, spent afternoons in cafes translating medieval poetry, and had discovered that uncertainty, in careful doses, could be exhilarating rather than paralysing. It wasn't seamless. Marcus still left for assignments. Paris, Mumbai, Buenos Aires, and every departure reopened the wound of Clara's fear. But he came back. Every time he came back, with new photographs and stories and a visible relief that Clara was still there, still solid, still willing to try. They'd had their first real fight in month 3, when Marcus had extended an assignment in Tokyo without consulting Clara first. The argument had been brutal, exposing every incompatibility they'd tried to smooth over. Clara had said terrible things about Marcus's inability to commit. Marcus had accused Clara of trying to domesticate him. They'd almost ended it. Instead, they'd stayed up all night talking, actually talking, not arguing, about what commitment meant when two people's needs seemed fundamentally opposed. They'd emerged with a set of agreements. Marcus would never extend an assignment without discussion. Clara would practice sitting with her anxiety instead of demanding immediate reassurance. They would check in every day, even when Marcus was 12 time zones away. It wasn't a perfect system, but it was theirs. "You're doing it again," Marcus called now, lowering his camera. "Doing what?" "That face you make when you're translating your emotions instead of feeling them," Clara laughed. Marcus had gotten better at reading her, at recognizing when Clara was retreating into analysis. "I was just thinking about the airport." "Yeah?" "About how convinced I was that we were a temporary condition." Marcus crossed to her, slid an arm around her waist. They stood together watching the street musician, tourists dropping coins into her case. The late afternoon light turned everything golden. Marcus's hair, the cobblestones, the laundry strung between buildings. "We still are, technically," Marcus said. "Everything is temporary if you zoom out far enough." "That's very comforting, thank you." "But we're temporary in the way weather is temporary. It keeps happening. Different configurations, same essential system." Clara turned to face him. "Did you just make a meteorological metaphor about our relationship?" "I'm learning from the best." They kissed there in the street, in full view of tourists and locals and the street musician who'd switched to a song Clara almost recognized. When they pulled apart, Marcus was smiling in that way he had, crooked, surprised by his own happiness. "I love you," Clara said. She'd gotten better at saying it, at not needing to qualify or contextualize the statement. "I know, I love you too. Even though I make you fill out shared calendars. Even though the colour coding is actually growing on me." They walked home hand in hand, stopping to buy bread and cheese and wine from vendors who were starting to recognise them as regulars. The apartment key stuck in the lock the way it always did. Inside, Marcus's photographs covered one wall, a growing archive of their life together. Clara's books lined another, spines in 6 languages. That night, after dinner and wine and the kind of unhurried lovemaking that came from knowing each other's bodies well, they lay in bed with the windows open. Lisbon sounds drifted in, distant traffic, conversation in Portuguese, the eternal hum of a city that never quite slept. "Do you ever regret it?" Clara asked into the darkness. "Staying?" Marcus was quiet long enough that Clara wondered if he'd fallen asleep. Then, "Every time I leave for an assignment, there's a moment when I think about just not coming back. When I remember how easy it used to be to drift." Clara's chest tightened. "But then I think about you," Marcus continued, "probably colour-coding something unnecessarily, or arguing with yourself about verb, tenses, or making that face you make when you're trying not to need me too much, and I want to see it. I want to come home to you being impossibly stubborn and brilliant, so no, I don't regret it. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, and it included an insult." "I contain multitudes." Clara pulled him closer. Through the window she could see a sliver of sky, stars barely visible through the city's light pollution. She thought about probability and possibility, about the infinitesimal chance that she and Marcus had ended up in the same airport on the same snow-stranded night, about all the small decisions that had led to this moment, her staying at gate C47, Marcus mentioning the broken outlet. the conversation that unfolded from that smallest of openings. Love, she'd learned, wasn't about probability at all. It was about being willing to translate yourself to another person again and again, knowing the result would always be imperfect, but trying anyway. It was about Marcus learning to stay and Clara learning to let him go. It was about building a life in the unstable space between their certainties. Clara, Marcus's voice was drowsy. Thank you for missing your flight. Clara smiled into the darkness. Thank you for giving me a reason to. Outside, Lisbon continued its ancient rhythms. Inside, two people who'd met as strangers in a snowstorm slept entangled, their breathing synchronizing as the night deepened. The photographs on the wall captured moments already past. The books held words in languages, some living, some dead, and between them, in that small apartment with terrible water pressure, love persisted, not despite its improbability, but because of their willingness to try. The silence between vows. The wedding was held on a Tuesday morning in March, with no one present but the vicar, his housekeeper, and a gardener called in from the grounds to serve as second witness. Catherine Hale, now Catherine Thornfield, stood in the dim nave of St. Michael's and listened to her own voice make promises she only half believed she would keep. The man beside her spoke his vows with the same studied neutrality one might employ when ordering coal. She'd expected more, not sentiment. She was too practical for that. But perhaps some acknowledgement of the peculiarity of their arrangement. Edmund Thornfield, however, seemed determined to treat the matter as he treated everything, with precision, economy, and an absolute absence of fanfare. When it was finished, he offered her his arm. His grip was firm, impersonal. They walked together into the pale spring light, and Catherine understood that this was how it would be. No romance, no pretense, simply an arrangement between two rational people who had each concluded that solitude was more expensive than compromise. The carriage ride to Ashwood was conducted in near silence. Catherine watched the countryside roll past, hedgerows giving way to open fields, and finally to the long gravel drive lined with chestnuts. The house, when it appeared, was exactly as she'd imagined it from his descriptions. A Georgian manor of moderate size, neither grand nor humble, its facade as carefully maintained as everything else in Edmund Thornfield's life. "Your rooms are in the east wing," he said as they descended. "Mine are in the west. Mrs. Croft will show you. Dinner is at 7. She nodded, and he disappeared into the house ahead of her, his boots clicking against the marble with metronomic regularity. That first evening Catherine ate alone. A note arrived just before 7, brief, apologetic in structure if not in feeling. Business in the greenhouse. She was not to wait. She read it twice, then folded it neatly and placed it beside her plate. The meal was excellent. The solitude was familiar. For 3 weeks this was the pattern. They met at breakfast, where he read correspondence and she reviewed proofs of her latest pamphlet, a sharp critique of property law that had already earned her the enmity of half the county. They exchanged pleasantries. Sometimes he asked about her work. She asked about the orchids. Neither inquired too deeply. But on the 22nd day of their marriage, something shifted. Catherine had gone to the library after breakfast, seeking a volume of parliamentary records. The door was ajar, and through it she saw him, standing before the window with a book open in his hands, though he was not reading. His posture was one of complete stillness, and his face, normally so carefully composed, wore an expression of such profound sorrow that she stopped in the doorway, unable to intrude. The moment passed. He closed the book, returned it to the shelf with his usual deliberation, and only then noticed her presence. "Mrs. Thornfield," he said, and she heard the effort it took to reassemble himself. "I did not expect you. Forgive me, I did not mean to disturb you." He gestured toward the shelves, an invitation to continue her search. But Catherine found she could not move, could not pretend she had not seen what she'd seen. The book, she said carefully, was it? A volume of poetry, nothing of consequence. The lie sat between them, obvious and oddly vulnerable. I see, she said, and meant it. She did see. She saw the careful architecture of his restraint and the weight it was built to contain. That evening he appeared at dinner. They spoke of the spring planting, the state of the roads, an article she'd read about education reform. The conversation was unremarkable, but when she rose to leave, he said, "The greenhouse is quite beautiful in the evening light. If you have any interest in horticulture, you would be welcome to visit." It was not quite an invitation. It was not quite an apology. It was, Catherine understood, an opening. The greenhouse became their territory. Catherine went first on a Thursday afternoon, when the light was slanting gold through the glass panes, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and growing things. Edmund was bent over a tray of seedlings, his sleeves rolled back, his hands, usually so clean and controlled, dark with soil. He looked up when she entered, but did not speak. She took this as permission and settled onto a bench near the door, a notebook in her lap. For a quarter of an hour neither acknowledged the other. Then he said, without turning, "The camellia near your left shoulder is diseased. You might move." She looked. The plant was beautiful, its leaves glossy and dark. "It appears healthy to me. Look at the underside of the third leaf from the top. You'll see the discoloration." She did. He was right. A faint mottling, barely, visible. "What will you do?" "Isolate it. Treat the soil. Wait. And if it does not recover?" He was quiet for a moment. "Then I will have learned what I could from the attempt." It was a small exchange, but Catherine found herself returning the next day, and the day after that. Sometimes they spoke. More often they simply existed in parallel, he with his plants, she with her writing. The silence was not uncomfortable. One afternoon in May, she asked him why he had married. He was repotting a fern, his movements careful and exact. The house required a mistress. I required, he paused, searching for the word, order. And I provided that. You provided the absence of disorder, he said, which is not the same thing, but serves nearly as well. She should have been offended. Instead, she laughed. "I have been called many things, Mr. Thornfield, but the absence of disorder is perhaps the most accurate." He looked at her, then really looked, and something passed across his face. That might have been amusement. "I suspect," he said slowly, "that you contain a great deal of disorder. You have simply learned to direct it productively." The observation was so unexpected, so precise, that Catherine found herself without a response. She had spent years cultivating the appearance of certainty, of rational control. To have it seen through so easily was both alarming and oddly exhilarating. That evening they dined together and spoke of politics. She argued for universal suffrage. He countered with concerns about literacy and education. Neither yielded. The debate grew heated, their voices rising, until Mrs. Croft appeared in the doorway with visible alarm. Edmund waved her away. "We're not quarrelling, Mrs. Croft. We're thinking aloud." When the housekeeper left, Catherine said, "You disagree with me, profoundly, and yet you continue to argue." "Because," he said, setting down his glass with unusual care, "your arguments force me to refine my own. I find the exercise valuable." It was the closest he had come to a compliment. Catherine felt something shift in her chest, a loosening of a constraint she had not known she carried. The summer brought heat and lengthening days. Catherine worked in the mornings, wrote furiously through the afternoons, and found herself drawn each evening to the greenhouse, where Edmund tended his plants with the patience of a man who understood that growth could not be rushed. They developed rituals. He would explain the properties of a particular species. She would relate some political absurdity from the newspapers. Sometimes their hands would brush as they both reached for the same volume in the library. Neither acknowledged these moments, but neither pulled away quickly. One evening in July, she found him standing before a particular orchid, his expression troubled. The plant was magnificent, white blooms so perfect they seemed artificial. It was hers, he said before Catherine could ask, my wife, my first wife. The word hung in the air between them. Catherine had known he was a widower, the settlement papers had made that clear, but he had never spoken of it, and she had not asked. She died in childbirth, he continued, his voice careful and distant. 6 years ago, the child as well. I'm sorry. She liked to read poetry aloud, badly. She had no sense of metre whatsoever. He touched one of the blooms with a gentleness that made Catherine's throat tighten. I would give a great deal to hear her mangle Wordsworth one more time. Catherine understood then. The silence, the precision, the careful maintenance of emotional distance. He had loved completely, and it had destroyed him. I will not ask that of you, he said, still not looking at her. I know what our arrangement is. I will not mistake it for something else. But Catherine found that she did not want to be an arrangement. She wanted... what? She hardly knew. Only that the careful distance between them had become unbearable. Edmund, she said, and it was the first time she had used his given name. He turned. Their eyes met. The moment stretched, taut and trembling. Then he stepped back, and the spell broke. Forgive me, he said. I should not have burdened you with this. It is not a burden. Good evening, Catherine. He left her standing among the orchids, her heart beating hard against her ribs, knowing that something had changed irrevocably. The autumn brought frost and the inevitable scandal. Catherine's latest pamphlet, a scathing indictment of inheritance law, had been printed and distributed before Edmund knew of its existence. The response was immediate and vicious. Anonymous letters arrived daily. The vicar called to express his concern. 2 neighbouring families withdrew their invitations. Edmund said nothing. His silence was worse than any rebuke. Catherine told herself she did not care. She had not married for social acceptance. She had married for independence, and independence she had. If her work made her husband uncomfortable, that was his limitation, not hers. But the distance between them grew. He stopped coming to dinner. She stopped visiting the greenhouse. They moved through the house like ghosts, aware of each other but unable or unwilling to speak. October arrived. The trees burned gold and red. Catherine worked with furious energy, writing letters and organising meetings. She told herself she was satisfied. She told herself she had everything she needed. But at night, alone in her rooms, she found herself listening for his footsteps in the hall. The breaking point came on a Tuesday evening in late October. Catherine had been working in the library when she heard voices in the hall, Edmund's low murmur and another man's sharp insistence. She recognised the second voice, Thomas Waverley, Edmund's solicitor and oldest friend. You must speak to her, Waverley was saying. The situation is untenable. She's making you a laughingstock. That is not your concern. Not my concern? Edmund, she is destroying your reputation. You should never have married a woman like that. Opinionated, unwomanly, she... Enough. The single word was quiet but absolute. Catherine froze, her hand on the door. My wife, Edmund continued, writes with clarity and courage on matters that most men are too comfortable to examine. If that makes her unwomanly, then I can only conclude that womanhood has been too narrowly defined. And if it makes me a laughingstock to be married to a woman of intelligence and principle, then I will wear that badge with considerably more pride than I have worn any honour bestowed by men who value reputation over truth. There was a long pause, then Waverley. I see. Forgive me. I had not realised. Good evening, Thomas. Catherine heard the front door close, then silence. She stood in the library, her heart pounding, and understood with sudden clarity that she had been a fool. His silence had not been disapproval. It had been respect. He had given her the freedom to write as she chose, to argue as she believed, and had asked nothing in return except that she allow him the same privacy he afforded her. And she, in her fear of being controlled, had mistaken his restraint for coldness. She found him in the greenhouse, as she knew she would. He was standing before the white orchid, his shoulders tense. I heard, she said. He didn't turn. I apologise. Waverley had no right. Why did you not tell me? Tell you what? That you defended me. That you... She stopped, struggling. That you believed in what I do. Now he did turn. His face was carefully blank. Would it have mattered? Yes, she said, and the word came out fiercer than she intended. Yes, it would have mattered. I believed you disapproved, that you thought me reckless, unwomanly. Something shifted in his expression. Catherine, I have spent 6 years learning to be silent, learning to keep the things I feel locked away where they cannot injure anyone. It has become... He paused, searching for words. It has become the only way I know how to exist. But it injures me, she said quietly. Your silence injures me, because I cannot read your mind, Edmund. I can only guess, and I have been guessing wrong. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were dark with something that might have been pain or might have been hope. What do you want from me? The truth, she said. Just the truth. The truth, Edmund said slowly, is that I married you because I believed we could coexist without complication. 2 people, each with their own pursuits, sharing a household and nothing more. Catherine felt something twist in her chest, but she held his gaze. The truth, he continued, is that within a month I realised I had been catastrophically wrong. You were not uncomplicated. You were infuriating and brilliant and entirely too observant. You asked questions I did not want to answer. You argued positions I knew to be right and made me doubt them anyway. You sat in my greenhouse and wrote words that would change minds, and I found myself watching you instead of my plants. He took a step closer. The air between them seemed to hum. The truth is that I am terrified, because I loved once completely and lost everything, and I swore I would not love again. But Catherine, his voice broke slightly, I find that vows made in grief are easier to speak than to keep. She could not breathe, could not think, could only stand there, trembling, as he closed the remaining distance between them. I have been silent, he said, because I did not trust myself to speak. Because once I began, I feared I would not be able to stop, that I would tell you everything, that I would say it, she whispered. His hand came up to cup her face, his touch gentle and sure. That I love you, that I have loved you since the day you told me my argument about land reform was internally inconsistent and then proceeded to dismantle it point by point. That I love your mind and your courage and the way you refuse to be anything other than exactly who you are. Catherine felt tears on her cheeks and did not care. I thought you married me for order. I married you for order, he agreed. I fell in love with you because you are magnificent chaos barely contained. She laughed, a broken sound, and then his mouth was on hers. The kiss was not gentle. It was 6 months of restraint breaking apart all at once, desperation and relief, and something deeper than either. His hands tangled in her hair. She pulled him closer, needing the solid reality of him, the proof that this was real. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he pressed his forehead to hers. "I should have told you," he said. "Months ago. I should have—" "Edmund." "Yes?" "Stop talking." She kissed him again, and this time there was no hesitation, no careful restraint, only the two of them, finally honest, finally free. His hands moved to her waist, steadying her, claiming her. The greenhouse was warm around them, the air thick with the scent of earth and blooming things, and Catherine felt as though she were coming apart and being remade all at once. "Catherine," he breathed against her mouth, and the way he said her name, rough with want, tender with wonder, made something inside her dissolve entirely. She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. They were dark, pupils blown wide, and she saw in them the same desperate need that was coursing through her own veins. "Take me inside," she said. "Please." He needed no further invitation. His hand found hers, their fingers lacing together with an urgency that belied the careful distance they had maintained for so long. They moved through the darkened house like conspirators, past the library and the drawing room, up the stairs to the west wing where his chambers lay. The door closed behind them with a soft click. For a moment they simply stood there in the lamplight, facing each other. Catherine felt a flutter of nervousness, not fear, but the profound awareness that this was a threshold from which there would be no return. "Are you certain?" Edmund asked, his voice low. Even now, even with desire written plainly across his face, he was giving her the choice. "I have never been more certain of anything," she said, and reached for the buttons at her collar. His hands covered hers, stilling them. "Let me," he murmured, and there was something in his voice, part request, part command, that made heat pool low in her belly. She let her hands fall away, watched as he undid each button with maddening slowness, his fingers steady despite the tension thrumming through him. The fabric parted, and she felt the cool air on her skin, followed immediately by the warmth of his touch. "You are extraordinary," he said softly, tracing the line of her collarbone. "I have thought so from the first moment I saw you argue with the vicar about tenant rights," she laughed breathlessly. "That is possibly the least romantic declaration I have ever heard. And yet it is the truth." His mouth found the hollow of her neck and she gasped. "I wanted you then. I have wanted you every day since." His words undid her more thoroughly than his hands ever could. Catherine pulled at his coat, his waistcoat, needing the barrier of cloth gone between them. He helped her, shrugging out of the garments with an efficiency that would have been amusing in any other moment. When they finally came together, skin against skin, Catherine felt as though she'd been holding her breath for months and could only now exhale. He was warm and solid and real, and every careful fiction she'd constructed about what their marriage was crumbled to dust. Edmund guided her toward the bed, his movements careful but purposeful. He laid her down as though she were something precious, then stood for a moment simply looking at her. The intensity of his gaze should have made her self-conscious, but instead it made her feel powerful, desired, chosen. "Come here," she said, and he obeyed. The first touch of his bare skin against hers drew a sound from her throat that she had never made before. His weight settled over her, grounding and electrifying all at once. She wrapped her arms around him, drawing him closer still until there was no space left between them. "Catherine," he murmured again, and she realized it was the only word he seemed capable of saying with any coherence. His hands mapped her body with the same careful attention he brought to his plants, learning, discovering, treasuring each response. When his fingers found the place where she ached most, she arched against him with a gasp. The sensation was overwhelming, pleasure so acute it bordered on pain. He watched her face as he touched her, learning what made her breath catch, what made her bite her lip, what made her say his name like a prayer. "Please," she managed, though she was not entirely certain what she was begging for. He understood anyway. His mouth found hers as he positioned himself above her, and when he finally entered her, they both went still. The feeling was foreign and familiar all at once, a joining that felt less like possession and more like completion. There was a moment of adjustment, her body accepting his, and then he began to move, slowly at first, with the same patience he brought to everything. But Catherine found she had no patience left. She lifted her hips to meet his, urging him deeper, faster, until the careful control he prized so highly began to fray. Catherine! Her name became a litany, a benediction, a surrender. She felt the tension coiling tighter and tighter within her, pleasure building to an impossible peak. His rhythm grew less measured, more desperate, and she gloried in the knowledge that she had brought him to this, had made him lose the careful restraint that defined him. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice rough. She opened her eyes and found his gaze locked on hers, dark and fierce and utterly present. "I want to see you." The intimacy of it, being seen, truly seen, in this moment of complete vulnerability, was what finally undid her. The pleasure crested and broke, washing through her in waves that left her trembling and gasping his name. She felt him follow moments later, his body shuddering against hers, his face buried in the curve of her neck. For a long moment neither of them moved. Catherine could feel the rapid beat of his heart against her chest, matching the frantic rhythm of her own. His breath was warm on her skin. The weight of him was perfect. Slowly, carefully, he shifted to lie beside her, gathering her against him. His hand traced idle patterns on her shoulder, and she realized with a small shock that he was trembling. "Edmund?" She turned to look at him, concerned. His eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Forgive me," he said quietly. "I had forgotten." He paused, struggling. "I had forgotten what it was to feel this much." Catherine's throat tightened. She touched his face, her thumb brushing away the single tear that had escaped. "There is nothing to forgive," she whispered. "Nothing at all." He caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. "I love you," he said again, and this time the words came easily. "God help me, Catherine. I love you so much it terrifies me." "Then we shall be terrified together," she said, and kissed him softly. "Because I love you too, and I find I have no interest in safety anymore." They lay together in the warm darkness, limbs tangled, barriers finally and irrevocably breached. Outside, the wind moved through the trees. The greenhouse stood silent, its ordered rows bearing witness to the truth Edmund had known all along, that some growth cannot be controlled, only tended, and that love, once rooted, will bloom in its own time. Later, much later, they lay, together in his bed, the moonlight spilling through the windows in silver streams. Catherine's head rested on his chest, and she could hear the steady beat of his heart beneath her ear. "I was afraid," she said quietly. "All my life, I have argued because it was safer than being vulnerable, easier to fight than to admit I wanted." She stopped. "Wanted what?" His fingers traced slow patterns on her shoulder. "To be chosen. Not for my utility or my silence, but for who I am. All of it. The arguments and the pamphlets and the stubborn refusal to be anything other than myself." He tipped her face up to his. In the moonlight his expression was tender. "Then you were chosen, Catherine. Entirely, irrevocably, with all your magnificent, infuriating, essential self." She kissed him, soft and slow, a promise in the gesture. "And you," she said against his mouth, "are you chosen as well?" "By you?" His smile was slow and real. "Always." Winter settled over Ashwood with unexpected gentleness. Catherine continued to write, and her words continued to provoke. But now, when the inevitable criticism arrived, Edmund read each letter aloud over breakfast, dissecting the arguments with the same precision he applied to botanical taxonomy. Together they composed responses, his measured, hers incendiary, the final version some negotiated middle ground that pleased neither but satisfied both. They didn't become a conventional couple. Edmund still spent hours in the greenhouse, and Catherine still kept irregular hours, writing through the night when inspiration struck. But now he brought her tea at 3 a.m. without comment, and she learned to recognise when his silence meant contemplation rather than distance. The white orchid bloomed in January, its flowers perfect and heartbreaking. Edmund stood before it one evening, Catherine beside him, and said, "She would have liked you, Helen. She would have argued with you constantly, and she would have adored you for it." Catherine took his hand. "Tell me about her." And he did. Not all at once, but gradually, over weeks and months. Stories emerged in fragments. Helen's terrible singing voice, her habit of leaving books face down on every surface, the way she cried at weddings but never at funerals. Catherine listened and did not feel threatened, because she understood now. Edmund's capacity to love had not been exhausted. It had simply been waiting for permission to begin again. Spring arrived, and with it, the first signs of new growth in the greenhouse. Edmund was propagating a particularly difficult hybrid when Catherine appeared with a letter in hand. "I've been invited to speak," she said, "in London, at a symposium on legal reform." He looked up, soil on his hands, pride clear in his expression. "When?" "May. 3 weeks in total, possibly 4. Then we should leave in April. You'll need time to prepare, and I have always wanted to show you the botanical gardens at Kew." Catherine blinked. "We?" He set down his trowel and came to her, taking her face in his hands despite the dirt. "Did you imagine I would let you go alone? Catherine, I intend to sit in the front row and watch you dismantle every comfortable assumption in that room. And then I intend to take you to dinner and tell you how magnificent you were." She laughed, sudden and bright. "You'll be bored senseless." "Impossible. I find you endlessly fascinating even when you're wrong." "I am never wrong." "You were wrong about the camellia. You thought it was healthy." That was observation, not argument. Entirely different category of error. He kissed her, stopping the debate before it could properly begin. When he pulled back, he was smiling, that rare, genuine smile that still made her chest tighten. "I love you," he said simply. The words still felt new, still carried weight, but Catherine no longer feared them. "I love you too," she said, "even though you're impossible." "We're both impossible," he corrected. "It is perhaps our greatest compatibility." That evening, as the light faded to dusk, they worked side by side in the greenhouse. Catherine was proofreading her speech, and Edmund was tending to the new hybrid. The silence between them was comfortable, familiar, full of the 1,000 small intimacies they had built together. Outside, the world continued its complicated turning. There would be more scandals, more arguments, more difficult seasons. But here, in this moment, there was only peace. The silence between vows, Catherine thought, was not emptiness. It was the space where love grew quietly, rooted deep, learning patience, and bloom it would, in its own time, in its own way, irrevocably. The end. The wind over Slate Ridge. The wind came first, always first, scraping across the grey throat of the mountain like a blade-testing stone. Eleanor Hale felt it through the walls of the converted tool shed that served as Slate Ridge's schoolhouse, felt it rattle the loose window panes and whistle through gaps in the timber frame. She'd been here 3 weeks, and already she understood that the wind was not weather but presence, a third party to every conversation, every thought. The children before her, 11 of them, ages 7 to 14, watched her with the patience of those accustomed to disappointment. Their hands bore the calluses of young labourers. Their eyes tracked not her carefully prepared arithmetic problems on the slate board, but the light changing beyond the window, the shift in air pressure that meant the mountain was moving, settling, preparing its daily violence. Miss Hale? The smallest girl, Ada, raised a dirt-creased hand. My pa says the northeast face is showing cracks again. Says it'll come down before spring. Eleanor set down her chalk. This was the third time this week a lesson had been interrupted by geology, by the mountain's moods and prophecies. In Boston, such interruptions would have been discipline problems. Here, they were survival. What do the cracks look like? She asked. Ada's face brightened. Vertical, running with the grain, deep enough to fit a hand. And what does that tell you? That the stone's under stress, that it wants to move. Eleanor nodded, her heart performing a small traitorous leap. This was learning, not the rote memorization she'd been trained to deliver, but observation, deduction, the marriage of eye and understanding. She turned to the board and began sketching the mechanics of stone fracture, the vocabulary of tension and compression that these children already knew in their bones but had never seen named, dignified by geometry. She didn't notice him at first. Jonah Reed, standing in the doorway with his shoulders blocking most of the weak afternoon light. When she finally turned, his presence struck her like a physical force. He was perhaps 35, his face weathered to the same grey as the quarry stone, his eyes the colour of winter sky. He held his hat in hands that looked capable of breaking or building with equal facility. Mr. Reed. She heard the unwanted formality in her voice, the eastern crispness that marked her as foreign here. Can I help you? Came to fetch the Bennett boys, slide on the south tier. His voice was low, abraded by wind and dust. Their father wants them home before dark. 2 children rose without question, gathering their meagre possings with practised efficiency. Eleanor watched them go, watched Jonah Reed's eyes pass over her makeshift geological diagram with something that might have been interest or might have been contempt. She couldn't yet read the local silences. You're teaching them stonework, he said. Not a question. I'm teaching them to see what they already know. His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. And you learned this where? Boston? Books, mostly, and observation. She met his gaze, refused to apologize for her education. I understand you think that's insufficient. I think the mountain doesn't care what books say. He settled his hat back on his head. But I also think Ada's right about those cracks. And I heard what you told her about stress fractures. That was accurate. It was the smallest of concessions, but Eleanor felt it warm something in her chest. She nodded, and he left, and the wind came howling back into the space he'd vacated. That night, in her boarding room above the general store, Eleanor stood at the window and watched the quarry settlement hunker down against the cold. Lamplight made yellow squares in the darkness. Somewhere, men were drinking and gambling away their exhaustion. Somewhere, children slept under thin blankets. Somewhere, Jonah Reed was doing whatever it was quarry foreman did when the day's danger had passed. She pressed her palm against the cold glass. She had come here fleeing irrelevance, the genteel suffocation of her aunt's Boston parlour, where her education was ornamental and her opinions unwelcome. She'd imagined herself useful, necessary, a figure of transformation in the wilderness. Instead, she felt like an artifact, something fragile and possibly fraudulent. But Ada had listened, and Jonah Reed had called her accurate. It was enough. For now, it was enough. The mountain's lessons came hard and fast. Eleanor learned to read the weather in the colour of the stone, the quality of the wind. She learned which men could be trusted and which were made cruel by fear. She learned that survival here was not individual but collective, an intricate web of dependencies where a single broken thread could kill. And she learned to watch Jonah read. He moved through the quarry like water finding level, his attention everywhere at once. He could read stone the way she read books, understanding not just what was present but what was implied, what was coming. She began timing her walks to coincide with the shift changes, telling herself it was educational, that she needed to understand the rhythms of this place to teach its children. It was partially true. One raw morning in early November, she found him alone on the eastern rim, staring down at a section of cliff face that gleamed wet in the thin sunlight. She approached carefully, boots crunching on loose shale. "That's not stable," she said. He didn't startle. "No." The strata are tilted. See how the layers don't run true? There's a fault line cutting through. Probably old, probably been there for centuries, but it's active. That moisture isn't from rain. Jonah turned to look at her. Really look at her. Not the polite half attention he'd offered before. "You see that from here?" "I see the pattern. The rest is inference." She moved closer, close enough to smell the stone dust on his coat, the faint tang of black powder. "What are you seeing?" "The way the mountain breathes." He gestured toward the wet stone. "That seep started 3 days ago. The old men say it means nothing, that the mountain's been weeping since their grandfather's time. But I think it's moving, settling into something new. Do you trust the old men?" "I trust the mountain." He paused. "But I'm starting to think your books might help me hear it better." Something shifted between them then, subtle as a change in air pressure, profound as a crack running deep. Eleanor felt it in her pulse, the sudden acute awareness of her body in space, of his proximity, of the vast drop behind them, and the cold wind pressing them toward dangerous ground. "I could show you," she said, "the mathematics of it, the geometry. I'd like that." They began meeting in the evenings. In the schoolhouse after the children had gone, Eleanor would spread her books across the rough tables while Jonah brought specimens, chunks of granite, samples of quartz-veined slate, fragments that told the mountain's history. She taught him the language of geology, and he taught her to read the subtle signs that books couldn't capture. The smell of stressed stone, the particular echo of a hollow space, the way sound changed when a crack was forming. Their fingers touched over diagrams. Their breath mingled in the cold air when they bent over the same sample. They were careful not to acknowledge it, this growing current between them, but it charged everything. Every explanation, every shared discovery, every moment of understanding achieved in tandem. One night, working late over a particularly complex stratigraphic map, Jonah spoke into the silence. "My wife died in a slide 4 years ago." His voice was steady, factual. She was bringing lunch to the cruise. Wrong place, wrong time. The mountain took her in seconds. Eleanor's hand stilled on the paper. "I'm sorry." "Everyone's sorry. That's what they say when the mountain kills." He looked at her, his eyes dark in the lamplight. "But I'm telling you because you should know. This place takes things, and I've learned not to want what can be taken." The implication hung between them, heavy as falling stone. "I understand," Eleanor said, though her throat felt tight. "I came here because I needed to matter, to be tested, to choose something real instead of having my life chosen for me. But I'm beginning to think that desire itself is dangerous here." "It is." He stood, began gathering his coat. Then he stopped, turned back to her. "But I can't seem to stop wanting to see you, to hear what you think, to watch you teach those children that their observations matter." He paused. "That's dangerous too." He left before she could respond. The wind took the warmth of his presence, replaced it with cold. Eleanor sat alone in the lamplight, her heart a wild thing in her chest, and understood that she was lost already. December brought snow and paranoia. The unstable northeast face that Ada's father had worried over began showing new cracks, hairline fractures that Eleanor mapped obsessively, comparing them to the geological survey she had ordered from the territorial office. The mathematics were clear. The face would fail. Not today, perhaps not this year, but inevitably, catastrophically. The town elders disagreed. The mountain's been standing since the Bible was written, old Thomas Carmichael declared in the general store loud enough for everyone to hear. I've worked that face for 40 years. If it were going to come down, it would have done it already. Rock memory doesn't work that way, Eleanor had replied, unable to stop herself. The stresses accumulate. Just because something has held for 40 years doesn't mean it will hold for 41. The room went cold. These men had survived by trusting their instincts, their experience, their father's wisdom. She was asking them to trust equations instead, to believe in invisible forces and theoretical models. She was asking them to fear what they'd never feared before. Jonah stood at the back of the store, silent. His face gave nothing away. That night she confronted him outside the boarding house, her breath making ghosts in the frozen air. You know I'm right. You've seen the same patterns I have. I've seen patterns before, he said carefully. Been wrong before too. This is different. The data. He said it gently, but she heard the distance in it. Eleanor, these men have families. They've got quotas to fill, debts to pay. If we shut down the northeast face on speculation, people starve. You're asking me to choose between your mathematics and their survival. I'm asking you to prevent their deaths. Are you certain? His eyes were hard now, challenging. Certain enough to stake lives on it. Because that's what you're asking me to do. She wanted to say yes. The numbers were clear, the trajectory obvious. But standing there in the cold, watching his breath mingle with hers in the darkness, she felt the weight of responsibility like a physical thing. She'd been so sure of her relevance, her purpose. Now she was being asked to prove it with consequences she couldn't fully imagine. I'm certain, she whispered. Jonah nodded slowly. Then I'll talk to the crews. But Eleanor, if you're wrong, you'll need to leave. This town won't forgive being made afraid for nothing. And if I'm right? His smile was sad. Then we'll bury fewer men. But you'll still have made them afraid. Sometimes there's no winning against the mountain. He left her there, and she watched him disappear into the darkness, feeling the first true cold of doubt. 3 days later, a minor slide took down a tool shed on the northeast face. No one was hurt. It happened during the night shift change. Pure luck. But the message was clear. The mountain was moving. The town's response was not gratitude, but resentment. She'd been right, yes. But being right meant confronting their vulnerability, acknowledging that the old ways might be insufficient. Men stopped meeting her eyes. Parents kept their children home from school. Even Ada avoided her in the store. And Jonah became distant, polite, professionally courteous. He consulted her maps, implemented her recommendations, but the warmth was gone. He'd chosen duty over desire, safety over feeling, and she couldn't blame him. She could only ache. On Christmas Eve, sitting alone in the schoolhouse, Eleanor drafted her letter of resignation. She would return to Boston, to irrelevance and safety. She had tried to matter, and had only succeeded in making herself the symbol of fear and change. Better to leave them to their comfortable certainties, their old patterns, their chosen blindness. She sealed the letter as snow began to fall, heavy and silent, blanketing the mountain in white. The sound came at dawn, a deep groan like the earth, clearing its throat. Eleanor woke to it, her body knowing before her mind did that this was catastrophe. She dressed in seconds, running into streets already filling with frightened people. The northeast face, the entire northeast face, was preparing to fail. The slide hadn't happened yet, but it was coming. She could see it in the way the snow was shifting, the unnatural bulge in the cliff wall, the hairline cracks suddenly gaping wide. Hours, maybe. Perhaps only minutes. Jonah was already there, organising evacuations with the grim efficiency of a man who'd done this before. He saw her and something flickered in his eyes. Relief or regret, she couldn't tell. "How long?" he asked. She studied the face, her mind racing through calculations. "The main fracture is propagating along the fault line. See there?" She pointed to where a crack was visibly widening, stone grinding against stone with a sound like distant thunder. "When it reaches that dolomite layer, the whole mass will go. We have to redirect it." "Can't redirect a mountain." "No, but we can change where it falls." She grabbed his arm, pulled him to a makeshift map table where her surveys were pinned. "Look, if we collapse this support column here, the mass will shift east into the old quarry pit instead of west into the settlement. It's already hollow from previous mining. It can take the load." Jonah studied the map, his jaw tight. That's an intentional blast on unstable ground. Could trigger the whole thing early. Kill whoever sets the charges. I'll do it. The hell you will. I'm the one who understands the engineering, and I'm the one who knows how to set charges. His hand closed over hers on the map, firm and warm. "But you're right about the redirect. Thomas," he shouted to the old foreman. "Get the men clear. East side only. We're bringing down the support column." The next 2 hours were chaos and precision braided together. Eleanor calculated exactly where to place the charges, while Jonah and his most trusted men hauled black powder and fuses up the treacherous face. She watched from below, her heart in her throat as he moved across stone that groaned and shifted beneath him. "Jonah!" she screamed as a chunk of cliff broke free, tumbling past him by inches. He didn't look back. He couldn't. Every ounce of his attention was on the placement, the timing, the prayer that her mathematics were as sound as her conviction. When the charges were set, he came down faster than she'd ever seen anyone move on stone, sliding and jumping with controlled recklessness. He hit the ground running, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind the reinforced barrier they'd erected. "Light it," he ordered his second. The fuse sparked, raced upward, disappeared into the mountain. Jonah's hand tightened on hers. She pressed against him without thinking, feeling his heart hammering against her shoulder blade. The explosion was small, precise, exactly what was needed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire northeast face exhaled, a vast settling groan, and came down in a controlled collapse that filled the old pit with thunder and stone dust. When the dust cleared, the settlement stood untouched. The mountain had been redirected, its violence channeled into emptiness instead of lives. The silence was profound. Then someone cheered, and someone else, and suddenly the whole town was shouting, crying, embracing. Eleanor found herself swept up in it, hands clasping hers, voices thanking her. But all she could see was Jonah, standing apart, watching her with an expression she couldn't read. She pushed through the crowd to him. "You trusted me," she said. "I did. You could have died." "Yes." His hand came up, cupped her face with a gentleness that made her tremble. His thumb brushed stone dust from her cheek. "Seems I've learned to want what can be taken after all." The crowd was dispersing, families retreating to their homes, men already talking about clean up and salvage. Jonah took her hand and led her away from it all, up the eastern path to a small shelter carved into the mountainside. A foreman's lookout, she realised. A place where someone could watch the quarry and be alone with the wind. Inside it was dim and cold but sheltered. He lit a lamp, and in its flickering light she saw him clearly for the first time. Not the careful foreman, not the grieving husband, but the man beneath, raw and present and wanting. Eleanor. Her name in his mouth was a prayer and a question. She answered by closing the distance between them, her hands finding his face, his jaw rough beneath her palms. "I'm not leaving. I'm staying. Whatever this is, whatever it costs, I choose it." His kiss was not gentle. It was hunger held too long in check, fear transmuted into need. Two people who'd learned to trust falling into something deeper than safety. She gasped against his mouth, and he pulled her closer, his hands spanning her waist, then rising, to the buttons of her coat. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice ragged. "Because if we do this, there's no going back to careful. No more pretending we can keep this professional. I stopped pretending weeks ago." She pushed his coat from his shoulders, feeling the solid strength of him beneath the layers. "I want this. I want you. I want to be chosen and to choose, right here, right now, with full knowledge of the consequences." What followed was both education and surrender, an exploration conducted with the same intense focus they'd brought to the mountain, but directed inward, toward each other. She learned the topography of his body, the scars that marked where stone had cut him, the particular catch in his breath when she touched him just so. He learned her in return, with hands that knew how to be both powerful and precise, mapping her with a reverence that made her feel both fragile and essential. There was no bed, only blankets he'd spread on the floor of the shelter. The stone was hard beneath them. The wind howled outside and neither of them cared. This was not comfort but necessity. Two people who'd spent too long alone coming together with the force of everything they'd resisted. When he moved over her, into her, Eleanor understood finally what the mountain had been teaching her all along. That safety was an illusion. That the only true choice was whether to meet life's dangers with courage or fear. She chose courage. She chose him. She chose this moment where pleasure and risk were indistinguishable, where surrender was power and vulnerability was strength. After, lying in the circle of his arms with their breathing synchronized and the lamp burning low, she felt transformed. Not softened, but tempered, like metal that's been forged and is now both flexible and strong. "I love you," she said, because it was true and because there was no reason left to hide it. "I love you, and I'm terrified, and I'm not sorry for either." Jonah's arms tightened. Around her. "I love you too, and I'm learning to be glad of it, terror and all." Outside, the mountain settled into its new configuration, stable at last. Spring came late to Slate Ridge, but when it arrived, it brought green to the grey. Small, tenacious plants that grew in the cracks and hollows where stone met soil. Eleanor stood at the quarry's edge in the pale dawn, watching the work crews prepare for the day's blast. Beside her, Jonah made notes in the journal they now kept together, a record of observations both geological and practical, a marriage of theory and experience that had become essential to the quarry's operations. "The southern tier's showing stress," she said, pointing to a section of cliff face where the strata bent just slightly out of true. "Not immediate, but worth monitoring." "Agreed." He made the note, then looked up at her with a small smile. "Remember when you first got here, how the men thought you were frivolous? I remember thinking this place would kill me." She leaned into his shoulder, comfortable with the casual intimacy they'd earned. "Turns out it just remade me. Remade both of us." It was true. In the months since the slide, everything had shifted. The town no longer saw her as an outsider, but as the woman who'd saved them, though she knew that wasn't quite accurate. She'd provided the mathematics. They'd provided the courage to trust them. It was collaboration, not salvation. And Jonah had stopped trying to keep the mountain and his heart in separate chambers. He'd learned that thought and feeling could coexist, that vulnerability wasn't weakness, but a different kind of strength. They were married in early summer, in a simple ceremony at the schoolhouse, with half the town in attendance. Ada had woven her a crown of dried mountain sage. Thomas Carmichael had stood up and apologised formally for doubting her. Eleanor had cried, which surprised no one, and Jonah had stood steady beside her, which surprised no one either. Now they lived together in a small house at the settlement's edge, close enough to hear the mountain, far enough to have privacy. She still taught, but her curriculum had evolved. Geology and literature, mathematics and moral philosophy, all woven together in ways that made sense to children who lived where the abstract met the concrete every day. And in the evenings, she and Jonah mapped the mountain together, planning routes that would be safe, identifying dangers before they materialised. They were making the quarry better, not safe. It would never be safe, but more intelligent in its risks. "What are you thinking?" Jonah asked, studying her face. "That I'm happy, and that happiness feels more honest here than it ever did in Boston, because here it's earned." She turned to face him fully, the wind pulling at her hair. "That I chose well." "So did I." He kissed her, brief and sweet, then returned his attention to the cliff face. "Come on, we have work to do." They walked down together toward the quarry, two figures moving in practiced synchrony across dangerous ground. Behind them, the schoolhouse windows caught the rising sun. Below them, the work crews gathered for the day's labour, and all around them, the mountain, vast, indifferent, utterly itself, held them all in its grey embrace. The wind came as it always did, but now when Eleanor felt it, she didn't brace against it. She simply stood firm and let it pass through her, another element in the landscape she had learned to call home. They had been tested. They had chosen each other despite the risks, or perhaps because of them, and that choice, renewed each morning in the wind over Slate Ridge, was its own kind of permanence, not the false safety of avoiding danger, but the true strength of meeting it together, with eyes open and hearts willing. It was enough. It was everything. The Duelist's Promise. The salle d'armes on the Rue Saint-Honoré kept its secrets behind shuttered windows and a discreet brass plate that caught lamplight but revealed nothing. Inside, the air held the particular stillness of a room where violence had been practised into art. The faint scent of lamp oil, leather, and honest sweat. The scrape of boot leather on polished wood. Christophe Valmont arrived precisely at the 9th hour, as was his custom in all things. The November rain had followed him from the Palais Royal, darkening the shoulders of his coat, and he shook the water from his hat with the same measured economy he brought to every gesture. He was a man who moved as though each action had been weighed beforehand and found just sufficient. The foyer was empty save for a single candelabra and the distant whisper of steel meeting steel. Valmont removed his gloves finger by finger and waited. He had learned patience in harder schools than this. The instructor appeared without preamble, emerging from the practice hall with a blade still in hand, not brandishing it, merely carrying it as one might carry an extension of one's own thought. The weapon found its place on the wall rack with a precision that spoke of ritual rather than habit. "Monsieur Valmont?" The voice was carefully modulated, neither high nor particularly low, the accent educated Parisian with something underneath it, not quite erased, not quite rural. "You're prompt. I do not waste the time of masters." A slight inclination of the head acknowledged the courtesy. The instructor was perhaps 30, slender in the manner of men who favour endurance over strength, dressed in the simple dark coat and breeches that served for teaching. Dark hair was clubbed back severely. The face was clean-shaven, fine-boned, unremarkable until one noticed the eyes, grey as winter rain, and watching with an attention that felt like being weighed on scales one could not see. "I am called Beaulieu," the instructor said, "and I'm told you wish to improve your defence." "I wish to remain alive," Valmont replied. "I have been challenged 3 times this year alone." Twice by men who had some justification, once by a fool who believed reputation could be borrowed at sword point. And the outcomes? 2 recoveries, 1 burial. Beaulieu's expression did not change, but something flickered in those measuring eyes. Not judgment exactly, but assessment. You come to me to increase that proportion, or to decrease your need for it. The latter, if possible, the former, if not. Honest, at least. Beaulieu moved to the weapons rack and selected 2 practice rapiers, testing each for balance before choosing one and extending it hilt first. We begin. The first lesson was revelation. Valmont had studied with 2 previous masters, one who had taught him to kill efficiently, another who had taught him to make it appear beautiful. Beaulieu taught him that he had been fighting as though his body were an instrument to be commanded rather than a language to be spoken. You think too much, Beaulieu said, after the 5th exchange had ended with Valmont's blade knocked aside almost contemptuously. Your mind decides, then instructs your arm. By the time the message arrives, your opponent has already moved. Then how? Stop thinking with your head. The practice blade tapped once against Valmont's solar plexus. Not hard, but present. Impossible to ignore. Think here, where breath lives. Your body knows things your mind is still debating. They worked for an hour, and Valmont found himself disassemble like a pocket watch, each component examined and found wanting, then slowly, carefully, put back together in a configuration that somehow made more sense than the original. When Beaulieu finally called halt, Valmont was breathing hard, his shirt clinging to his back beneath his waistcoat. You have good instincts, Beaulieu said, wiping down the practice blade with a cloth. They have been trained out of you by men who preferred system to sense. And you prefer sense to system? I prefer students who survive to students who die beautifully. Valmont found himself smiling, a rare expression, and one that felt strange on his face. Then we are well matched in our goals. Something passed between them then, a current of understanding that had nothing to do with swordplay. Beaulieu looked away first, busying hands with returning the weapons to their proper place. Same time tomorrow, Monsieur Valmont, if you will have me. The words hung in the air a moment longer than strictly necessary. Then Beaulieu nodded, once, and disappeared back into the practice hall. Valmont walked home through rain-slick streets, and could not say why his pulse still beat faster than the walk demanded. The lessons became ritual, 3 times weekly, then 4, then 5. Valmont found excuses to appear on days when no lesson was scheduled. Question about footwork, a request to observe other students, a simple desire to verify that Beaulieu's other pupils received the same fierce attention he did. They did not. He watched from the shadows of the observation gallery as Beaulieu worked through the prescribed forms with wealthy merchants' sons and minor nobility. Patient, professional, competent. But there was none of the crackling intensity that characterized their own sessions, none of that peculiar current that made the air feel charged, electric. Valmont told himself this observation was professional interest. He was unconvincing even to himself. It was during the 7th week that things shifted. They had been working on deceptive distance, the art of appearing farther away than one truly was, when Beaulieu stepped in to adjust Valmont's stance. Hands on his hips, turning him incrementally, a light touch at the small of his back. "Here," Beaulieu said, and the voice was closer than it had ever been. Warm breath against Valmont's ear. Feel how the weight shifts, not leaning, centering. Valmont felt considerably more than the shift in his weight. He felt the heat of Beaulieu's body near enough to warm his shoulder blades. He felt his own pulse hammering against his throat. He felt the sudden, overwhelming awareness that they were alone in the practice hall, the afternoon light slanting through high windows, and that Beaulieu's hands had stilled on his hips but had not moved away. Like this? His own voice came out rougher than intended. A pause. Then Beaulieu stepped back cleanly, completely. Yes, exactly like that. They didn't speak of it, but Valmont noticed afterward how carefully they avoided contact. How Beaulieu demonstrated at a distance, using words where touch had served before. How they both pretended this was normal, expected, how it should be. The pretense lasted 3 days. "Tell me," Valmont said during a rest between exercises, "why did you become a master of arms?" Beaulieu was drinking water from a plain glass and paused mid-swallow. Set the glass down with care. An unusual question. Is it? Men usually have reasons for their professions. And what is yours, Monsieur Valmont? Why does a gentleman of obvious education and means make himself famous for duelling? I asked first. A flicker of something that might have been amusement. Very well. I learnt the blade because it was the one skill that could not be taken from me. A man with a sword and the knowledge to use it need never be powerless. A man, Valmont repeated softly. The grey eyes met his, perfectly level, perfectly opaque. Yes. The silence stretched. Valmont had built a career on reading men, on seeing through their masks to the fear or rage or desperation beneath. Beaulieu's face gave him nothing, and yet that very blankness spoke volumes. A wall raised with too much care. I duel, Valmont said finally, because I am very good at it, and because men mistake courtesy for weakness. I find it useful to remind them otherwise. And do you enjoy it? The reminding? No. The word was honest, stripped of artifice. I enjoy very little, Beaulieu. I do what I do well because it is what I know how to do. A sad epitaph. But an honest one. Beaulieu picked up the practice blade again, weighed it, set it down. Honesty is expensive. Everything worth having is. Their eyes met again, and this time neither looked away. The moment extended, fragile and weighted, until somewhere in the building a door banged shut and they both startled like conspirators caught in the act of plotting. Again, Beaulieu said, and the professional mask was back in place, from the third guard. But Valmont noticed as they moved through the forms how Beaulieu's breathing had changed, how those careful hands trembled, almost imperceptibly, before finding their certainty again. He noticed, and he wondered what it meant that he had been watching closely enough to see. Winter settled over Paris with unusual ferocity. The Seine glazed with ice at its edges. The poor froze in their garrets while the wealthy built their fires higher and attended more salons, as though the concentration of warm bodies and warmer wine could hold back the cold through sheer collective will. Valmont found himself attending fewer such gatherings. His evenings were occupied with thoughts he could not quite name, and his mornings with anticipation of the lessons that had become the fixed points around which his days revolved. They had developed a custom of extending their sessions beyond the prescribed hour. Sometimes Beaulieu would ask about Valmont's opponents, what tells they had displayed, how he had read their intentions. Sometimes Valmont would press for details about Beaulieu's philosophy of the blade. The conversations meandered, circled, approached intimacy without ever quite breaching it. It was during one such extension, with the December light already failing and the practice hall lit more by shadow than by candles, that Beaulieu said something unexpected. "You asked once why I chose this profession." Valmont looked up from the bench where he'd been catching his breath. "You answered, power, independence." I answered partially. Beaulieu was standing by the window, silhouetted against the last of the daylight, face unreadable. "The full truth is that I chose it because I had no choice, because the alternative was to be something I could not bear to be. And what was that? Powerless, dependent, confined to a life where every freedom must be begged for, every desire filtered through another's permission." The words hung in the cold air. Valmont rose slowly, drawn forward by something he could not name. That is not the life of most men. No, Beaulieu agreed quietly. It is not. The understanding hit him like a blade slipping past his guard. Clean, sharp, irrevocable. The careful neutrality of clothing. The voice pitched just so, the way. Beaulieu never attended the social gatherings where students invited their masters to be seen, to make connections, to build reputation through association. The walls, Valmont thought. All those careful walls. I see, he said. Beaulieu turned from the window, and for the first time since they'd met, that composed face showed something raw. Do you? I think so. Valmont took a step closer, then another. You live as you must, not as you were told you should. At considerable cost. All freedom has a price. And if the price is discovery, scandal, the loss of everything I have built? Valmont was close enough now to see the tension in Beaulieu's throat, the pulse beating visible beneath skin, close enough to notice details he had trained himself not to see, the curve of a lip, the delicacy of bone structure, the particular quality of fear mixing with something that might have been hope. Then I would say, Valmont replied, and his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper, that you have built something remarkable enough to be worth defending. Beaulieu's breath caught audibly. Why are you here, Valmont? Truly? I don't know. The admission cost him. I came to learn the blade. I stayed because... He stopped, started again. I have spent my entire life learning to read people, to see through their presentations to the truth beneath. And you, I cannot read you. Every time I think I have found the pattern, you shift. It drives me to distraction. Is that what you want? To solve me like a puzzle? No. The word was immediate, certain. I want to know you. The difference is considerable. The grey eyes searched his face, looking for the lie, the trap, the inevitable betrayal. Valmont held himself still and let himself be examined. He had nothing to hide that mattered. If you knew me, Beaulieu said finally, you might be disappointed. I doubt that. Or horrified. I have killed 3 men, Beaulieu. I'm not easily horrified. A ghost of a smile touched those careful lips. You killed men who were trying to kill you. That is different from what I am. And what are you? The question hung between them. Beaulieu looked away toward the darkening window, toward anything but Valmont's face. I am someone who should send you away before this goes any further. But you won't. No. The word was quiet, defeated, strangely triumphant. God help me, I won't. Valmont reached out, slowly, telegraphing the movement, giving Beaulieu every chance to step back, and touched fingertips to the back of a hand. The contact was electric. Beaulieu flinched but did not pull away. What are we doing? Beaulieu whispered. I don't know, but I find I no longer wish to stop. They stood like that as the light failed completely, touching only at that single point of contact, breathing the same air, balanced on the edge of something neither of them had words for. Finally Beaulieu pulled back, but gently. You should go. I have students in the morning. And tomorrow? Our lesson? Tomorrow. A pause. Yes, tomorrow. Valmont collected his coat and hat, moving through the familiar ritual of departure. At the door he turned back. Beaulieu was still standing by the window, the dark shape against darkness. Thank you, Valmont said, for your honesty. It may be the most foolish thing I have ever done, or the bravest. He left before Beaulieu could reply, but he carried the image with him through the frozen streets, that solitary figure, silhouetted and still, wrapped in shadows that were both armour and prison. The lessons continued, but something fundamental had shifted. They no longer avoided contact. When Beaulieu adjusted Valmont's grip, the touch lingered. When they worked close-quarter techniques, they stood nearer than strictly necessary. until Valmont could smell the faint scent of soap and steel, could see the fine texture of skin at Beaulieu's throat. They talked more freely now. Beaulieu spoke, carefully, in fragments, about a childhood in Normandy, a family that had expectations that could not be met, a decision made in desperation and maintained through discipline. Valmont found himself reciprocating with truths he had not voiced in years, the loneliness of his reputation, the exhaustion of maintaining walls, the creeping suspicion that he had turned himself into exactly the kind of man he had once despised. "Then change," Beaulieu said simply. "It is not so easy as that." "Nothing worthwhile is easy. But you're not carved in stone, Valmont. You can become something else." "And what would you have me become?" Those grey eyes met his, direct and devastating. "Happy. I would have you become happy." The words struck him with unexpected force. When had anyone cared for his happiness? When had he? "And you?" Valmont asked. "Are you happy?" Beaulieu considered the question seriously. "I am free. It is not the same thing, but it is not nothing. It should be both. Should, yes, but we live in the world as it is, not as it should be." Valmont caught Beaulieu's hand, not a touch this time, but a grasp, firm and sure. "Then we change the world. You cannot be serious." "I have never been more serious." Beaulieu stared at their joined hands, then up at Valmont's face. "You understand what you're suggesting? The risk? Not just to me, but to you as well? Association with someone like me could what? Damage my reputation as a duelist? Beaulieu, I am already notorious. What is one more scandal to a man who has built his life on the edge of propriety? This is different." "Yes," Valmont agreed, "it is, because I have never cared before." The admission hung between them. Beaulieu's fingers tightened on his, a convulsive grip that betrayed everything the careful face tried to hide. "This is madness," Beaulieu whispered. "Then let us be mad together." The rumour started as such things always did, with a whisper in a salon, a raised eyebrow, a question that was not quite a question. Valmont heard it first at the Countess de Brienne's Wednesday gathering, from a man whose name he could never quite remember, but whose talent for malicious gossip was legendary. "I hear you have taken up with Beaulieu," the man said, his tone carefully neutral. An unusual choice of master, is it not? Valmont kept his expression bored. Unusual in what regard? "Oh, merely that no one seems to know anything about him. No family, no history. Rather mysterious for someone teaching the sons of the best families, wouldn't you say? I would say that a man's skill with a blade matters more than his genealogy. Of course. Still, one does wonder. There is something odd about him, don't you think? Something not quite." The man trailed off, his implication hanging in the air like smoke. Valmont excused himself before he did something regrettable, but the poison had been planted. He began to notice other things, the way conversation would still when he entered a room, the knowing looks exchanged between acquaintances. The invitations that had been extended were now quietly withdrawn. Paris society had caught the scent of scandal, and like wolves they were circling. Valmont went to the salle d'armes earlier than usual the next day, his mood black. Beaulieu took one look at his face and set aside the practice blades. "What has happened?" "They are talking, asking questions." Beaulieu went very still. "About me?" "About us." "There is no us. You are my student. I am your instructor. Do not insult my intelligence, Beaulieu. We both know what this has become. Then we must end it." The words came out flat, final, immediately, before you are damaged beyond repair. "I don't care about—" "You should." Beaulieu's composure cracked, voice rising. "You should care, Valmont. You have a name, a position, a future. I have nothing but this. a gesture at the practice hall bitter and encompassing, and even this is built on a lie that could collapse at any moment. I will not drag you down with me. That is not your decision to make, isn't it? You think you understand what you're risking, but you don't. You cannot. You have never had to hide what you are, never had to wake each morning and put on a mask so complete that you sometimes forget what lies beneath it. Valmont stepped closer, but Beaulieu retreated, maintaining distance. Then let me know you. Let me see beneath the mask. No. Why? Because if you truly knew me, you would leave. Everyone does, in the end. I am not everyone. You're exactly like everyone. The words were sharp, cruel, designed to wound. You see what you wish to see, some romantic notion of forbidden love, some adventure to relieve the tedium of your privileged existence. But when reality intrudes, when the scandal becomes real, when the costs become clear, you will do what all men of your class do. You will protect yourself and sacrifice what is inconvenient. The accusation stung, precisely because Valmont could not entirely deny it. How many times had he done exactly that? How many people had he discarded when they became complicated, problematic, embarrassing? I am trying to be different, he said quietly. Trying is not enough. Not in this. Then what would be enough? Beaulieu looked at him with something that might have been grief. Nothing. There is nothing you can do, Valmont. The world is what it is. We are what we are. And some gaps cannot be bridged, no matter how much we might wish otherwise. I don't believe that. Then you are a fool. The word hung between them, and Valmont felt something in his chest constrict. If that is what you think of me, then perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should go. He turned toward the door, waiting, hoping for Beaulieu to call him back. But only silence followed him into the cold December morning. 3 weeks passed. Valmont did not return to the Salle d'Armes. He threw himself into his old life with savage determination, accepted every invitation, attended every gathering, made himself visible and sociable and utterly conventional. It did not help. The rumours persisted, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Valmont had been seen entering Beaulieu's establishment at odd hours. Valmont had cancelled social engagements to meet with his instructor. Valmont had been observed looking at Beaulieu with an expression that was decidedly unmasterly. And beneath the gossip, a darker current. Questions about Beaulieu's past, speculation about the instructor's origins, whispers that became more pointed, more dangerous. Valmont heard them and felt sick with complicity. By pulling away, by trying to protect his own reputation, he had only drawn more attention to the very thing he had hoped to shield. He had also, he realised with growing clarity, made the worst mistake of his life. On the 23rd day of his self-imposed exile, he received a note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message was clear. You were right. Some gaps cannot be bridged, but perhaps they do not need to be. Perhaps we need only build a bridge strong enough to span them. Beaulieu post-scriptum. I lied. I am not brave enough to do this alone. Valmont read the note 3 times. Then he pulled on his coat and went out into the snow. The Salle d'Armes was dark when he arrived, but the door was unlocked. Valmont climbed the familiar stairs with his heart hammering against his ribs, uncertain what he would find, knowing only that he could not turn back now. Beaulieu was in the practice hall, standing in a shaft of moonlight that fell through the high windows. No candles, no pretence, just that solitary figure, waiting. You came, Beaulieu said quietly. Did you doubt I would? Yes. The honesty was stark. I have spent 3 weeks preparing myself for your absence. Valmont crossed the space between them, and this time he did not stop at a careful distance. He came close enough to see the shadows beneath Beaulieu's eyes, the tension held in shoulders and jaw, the way hands clenched and unclenched at those sides. I owe you an apology, Valmont said. You were right. I didn't understand the risk. I didn't understand what I was asking of you. And now? Now I understand that I was wrong. Not about wanting to know you, that desire has not diminished, but about thinking it could be simple, or easy, or without consequence. Beaulieu closed eyes, a gesture of something that might have been pain or relief. The consequences have already begun. There is an investigation. One of my students, his father has connections with the Lieutenant General of Police. Questions are being asked about my background, my credentials, my right to teach. Then we leave Paris. And go where? Live how? Valmont, you're not thinking clearly. I am thinking more clearly than I ever have. He reached up, slowly, carefully, and touched fingertips to Beaulieu's face. The skin was cold from the winter air. I am thinking that I have spent my entire life being what others expected me to be. I am thinking that I am tired. I am thinking that when I am with you, I remember what it is to want something more than mere survival. Beaulieu's eyes opened, and they were bright with unshed tears. You would give up everything? Your name, your position, your entire life? My entire life is duels and salons and endless crushing loneliness. What exactly am I giving up? The possibility of something better, a conventional marriage, children, respectability. I don't want conventional, I want... Valmont stopped, searching for words adequate to the feeling in his chest. I want you, just as you are, whoever you are. You don't even know who that is. Then show me. The challenge hung between them. Beaulieu searched his face, looking for the weakness, the doubt, the moment where conviction would falter. Valmont held himself still and open, offering nothing but truth. Finally, Beaulieu stepped back, reached up to the ribbon that held back that dark hair, untied it with hands that trembled only slightly. Hair fell loose around a face that Valmont had studied for months without truly seeing. Still the same grey eyes, the same fine bones, the same mouth he had tried not to stare at, but different now, revealed. My name is not Beaulieu, she said quietly. It is Madeleine Beaulieu, if you prefer, and I am what you have likely already guessed. A woman, Valmont said, meeting her eyes. Madeleine, I have known this truth for months. I was only waiting for you to feel safe enough to share it. Yes. Teaching swordplay to men who would have you arrested if they knew. Yes. Living alone, unprotected, building a life from discipline and deception. Yes. Valmont let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. My God, you are magnificent. Of all the reactions Madeleine might have expected, this was clearly not among them. She blinked, and a single tear escaped to track down her face. You're not horrified. Horrified? I am awed. I am humbled. I am entirely undone. He cupped her face in both hands, thumbs brushing away the wetness at her cheeks. And I am more certain than ever that I would be a fool to let you go. Valmont. Christophe. My name is Christophe. Christophe. His name in her mouth sounded like a prayer. This cannot work. You must see that. I see that it will be difficult. I see that we will have to be cleverer than those who would destroy us. I see that we will likely have to leave Paris, reinvent ourselves, build something entirely new. He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. And I see that I do not care, because the alternative is to live without this, without you, and I find I cannot bear it. You're either very brave or very stupid. Can I not be both? She laughed, a sound that was half sob. You're impossible. I am in love with you. It amounts to the same thing. The words fell into silence. Madeleine pulled back just far enough to search his face. You cannot mean that. I have never meant anything more in my life. We have known each other mere months. I have known you every day of those months. I have seen you patient with fools, fierce with competence, careful with truth. I have watched you move through the world as though it might devour you at any moment, and yet you do not hide. You simply become sharper, quicker, more absolutely yourself. His grip on her face gentlened, became a caress. How could I not love you? You love an illusion. I love a woman brave enough to become a man to claim her freedom. I love a swordsman who fights as though every blade were a prayer. I love... He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth. You, however you choose to exist in this world. Madeline made a sound that might have been surrender. Her hands came up to grip his coat, holding him close even as her body trembled. If we do this, if we truly do this, there is no safety, no guarantee. We could lose everything. We could, but we could also gain something worth having. And what is that? Each other. Is that not enough? She looked at him for a long moment, and he saw the exact instant when the walls came down, saw vulnerability and desire and fear and hope chase across her face like clouds across the moon, saw the moment when she decided to trust him. Yes, she whispered. God help me. Yes, it is enough. He kissed her then, finally, inevitably. Her mouth was soft against his, tentative at first, then hungry. She tasted like winter and salt and something he could not name but would remember forever. They broke apart only to breathe, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled in each other's clothes. What do we do? Madeline asked against his mouth. Now, or in general? Both. Christophe pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. In general, we plan. We find a way to disappear from Paris before the investigation finds what it is looking for. We go somewhere we can be what we need to be, together. And now, he smiled, and it was not the careful expression he showed to Paris society. It was real and raw and entirely hers. Now, we stop being careful. She must have seen the desire in his face because she coloured, even in the moonlight. But she did not pull away. I have never, she started, then stopped. That is, I have no experience with... Nor do I. Not like this. He touched her hair, learning the texture of it. We will discover it together. Here? I have rooms nearby, but only if you wish it. I will not press you for anything you're not ready to give. Madeline looked around the practice hall, the space where she had built her life, maintained her disguise, held the world at bay through discipline and deception. Then she looked back at him. I have spent 10 years being careful, she said quietly. Perhaps it is time to be reckless. His rooms were spare, gentlemen's lodgings without pretension. Christophe lit candles with hands that shook slightly, aware of Madeline standing in the centre of his sitting room, still wearing the severe masculine clothing that had become her armour. I should tell you, she said suddenly, that I am afraid. He turned from the candles. Of me, of this, of wanting it, of what happens after. The after is uncertain, but the now... He crossed to her, took her hands in his. The now is ours, whatever we make of it. She nodded, and he saw her gathering her courage like a blade being raised to guard. Then she reached up and began to unwind the linen that bound her chest flat. Let me, Christophe said gently. His fingers found the pins and clasps she had used to reshape herself, and one by one he removed them. The coat, the waistcoat, the careful binding beneath. Each layer revealed more of her, the shape she had disguised, the delicate skin that lived only in shadow. She stood before him finally in nothing but her shirt and breeches, and he could see the vulnerability in the way she held herself, prepared for rejection or disgust. Beautiful, he said simply. I am not. You are. He traced the line of her collarbone down to where her heart beat visibly beneath skin. You are everything. She pulled him down into a kiss that was deeper than before, more urgent. Her hands found the buttons of his coat, his waistcoat, working them free with fingers made clever by years of precise movement. His own hands learned the map of her, the sharp edge of shoulder blade, the dip of spine, the unexpected softness of breast against his palm. They made it to his bedroom through mutual momentum, shedding clothes like unnecessary armour. The bed was cool linen and moonlight, and when they fell into it together, Christoph felt something in his chest unlock that he had not known was closed. "Tell me what you want," he whispered against her neck. "I don't know. I've never allowed myself to." "Want?" "Then let me tell you what I want." He kissed the curve of her neck, her shoulder. "I want to understand you. I want to learn what brings you joy, what makes you tremble, what makes my name sound like something sacred on your lips." She gasped as his kisses travelled downward. Her hands tangled in his hair, holding him close. "Christoph." "Yes, like that." He took his time, mapping her with hands and mouth, learning the language of her body. She was responsive in ways she clearly had not expected, shocked by her own desire. When his hand slid between her thighs, she tensed. "I have you," he murmured. "You're safe with me." She relaxed incrementally, and when his fingers found the heat of her, she made a sound he would remember for the rest of his life, surprised and desperate and entirely his. "Please," she whispered, though whether she was asking him to stop or continue, he was not certain. He chose to continue, slowly, learning what rhythm made her breathing change, what pressure made her hips lift toward his hand. She came apart gradually, beautifully, her face transformed by something beyond pleasure, a kind of recognition, as though she were discovering a part of herself that had always existed but never been acknowledged. When she finally shattered, she cried out his name, and he held her through the aftershocks, feeling humbled and grateful and entirely undone. She pulled him up to kiss him, tasting her own pleasure on his lips. "I want to touch you," she said against his mouth. "You don't have to. I know. I want to." Her hands were clever and careful, learning him as he had learned her. When she wrapped her fingers around him, he groaned into her hair, overwhelmed by the sensation and by the knowledge of who was touching him, what it meant. "Show me," she said. "Show me how." He guided her hand, his own covering hers, finding a rhythm that made his vision blur. She watched his face with the same fierce attention she brought to everything, as though she were memorizing him. "Madeline," he gasped. "I'm going to—" "Yes," she said simply. "Let me see you." Pleasure overtook him with his face buried in her neck, her name on his lips, her hand still moving on him with careful, perfect pressure. Afterward they lay tangled together, breathing hard, the sheets twisted around them. Christoph pulled her close, her back to his chest, his face in her hair. "That was—" he started. "Yes," she agreed. "It was." They lay in silence for a long moment. Then Madeline said very quietly, "What happens now? Now we sleep. Tomorrow we plan. We find a way to build a life that can hold both of us. Is that even possible?" He tightened his arms around her. "I don't know, but I am willing to find out." She turned in his embrace, her grey eyes searching his in the darkness. "I am afraid I will wake and find this was a dream. Then I will be here to remind you it was real." She kissed him, soft and slow. "Thank you." "For what?" "For seeing me, for choosing me, for being reckless enough to believe this could work." "The recklessness is mutual," she smiled against his mouth. "Then we are well matched." "Yes," he agreed, "we are." Dawn crept softly through the windows, illuminating two figures nested close. Christoph woke first, careful not to disturb the woman sleeping against his shoulder. In sleep, Madeline's face was unguarded, young, the tension that she carried like armour fallen away. He studied her, the dark sweep of lashes against her cheek, the soft parting of lips, the way her hand curled against his chest. This was the person she had hidden from the world, protected behind layers of disguise and discipline. That she had chosen to reveal herself to him felt like a gift beyond measure. She stirred as the light strengthened, grey eyes opening to meet his. For a moment there was confusion, then memory, then something that might have been wonder. "You're still here," she said softly. "Where else would I be? I thought perhaps I had dreamed you. If so, we're sharing the same dream." She reached up to touch his face, fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "What do we do now?" "Now?" He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. "Now we decide what we're willing to fight for." They rose and dressed, Madeleine in her masculine clothing, Christophe in his gentleman's attire. The transformation was jarring, a reminder that the intimacy of the night would have to be hidden in the harsh light of day. Over breakfast they made their plans. Christophe had some resources, money his father had left him that he had never touched. Madeleine had saved most of her teaching fees, knowing that her position was always precarious. "We could go to Italy," Christophe suggested. "I have cousins in Florence who have not seen me since I was a child. We could present ourselves as what? Man and wife, brother and sister, as what we are. Two people trying to build a life." Madeleine set down her cup. "You understand that even if we leave Paris, even if we find some place more tolerant, I cannot simply become what you need me to be. I cannot wake up one morning and be comfortable in skirts and silence. I am not asking you to. Then what are you asking?" "Nothing. I am offering a partnership, a life where you can be whoever you need to be, and I can be the person who stands beside you. People will talk. Let them. What can they say that is worse than what has already been whispered?" She looked at him for a long moment. "You're serious about this?" "Entirely. You would leave everything you know. I would leave everything I am supposed to be, to become something better." Madeleine laughed, a sound edged with disbelief and hope. "You are either the bravest man I've ever met or the most foolish. I believe we've had this conversation before, and my answer remains the same. You are both." The decision, once made, became action. Christophe settled his affairs with ruthless efficiency, selling his lease, converting assets to portable wealth, writing letters to acquaintances that said nothing while implying his departure was for business interests abroad. Madeleine was more surgical. She had always known this day might come, had planned for it in the quiet hours when fear outweighed hope. Her students were referred to other masters, her weapons and equipment were sold or given away. The salle d'armes was vacated before the month's end. The only thing she kept was her blade, the rapier that had been her first, the one she'd used to teach herself the art that had become her freedom. "I will not leave this," she told Christophe. When he found her in the empty practice hall, the weapon laid across her knees. "It is the only thing that has never betrayed me." "Then we bring it," he said simply. "Whatever matters to you, we bring." They left Paris on a grey morning in late January, when the city was still sleeping off the excesses of the previous night. No farewell gatherings, no dramatic gestures. They simply departed, two travellers among hundreds, unremarkable and unremembered. The journey to Italy took 3 weeks, by coach, by horse, by foot when the roads became impassable with snow. They travelled as Monsieur Valmont and his companion, a young man of indeterminate origins who served as secretary and guard. The disguise was familiar to Madeleine, comfortable in its deception. But at night, in the inns where they stopped, Christophe would take down her hair and kiss the truth of her until she trembled. They made love quietly, urgently, claiming each other over and over as though repetition could make the impossible real. Florence welcomed them with spring flowers and indifferent curiosity. Christophe's cousins were less concerned with his companion's gender than with the possibility that Christophe might want to borrow money. When assured that this was not the case, They offered the loan of a small house in the hills above the city and left them to their own devices. The house was old, vine-covered, with a courtyard that caught the morning sun. Madeleine stood in the centre of it and turned slowly, taking in the walls, the sky, the space that might, possibly, become safety. "What do you think?" Christophe asked. "I think it is a beginning." They spent the first weeks making the house livable, learning the rhythms of the city, figuring out how to exist as something other than teacher and student, gentleman and secret. It was not always easy. Madeleine struggled with the enforced intimacy of shared space, with being known so completely that disguise became impossible. Christophe struggled with his own uselessness, a gentleman trained for nothing practical, trying to build a life with no framework to guide him. They argued, they learned, they compromised, and slowly, carefully, they began to build something that resembled a life. Christophe found work tutoring the children of English expatriates, teaching them French and swordsmanship. The irony was not lost on him. He who had learned to teach from Madeleine, now passing on her wisdom to privileged children who would never know the source. Madeleine was more circumspect. She taught privately, 1 or 2 students at a time, carefully vetted. Women, mostly, who wanted to learn to defend themselves and didn't ask too many questions about why a young man would be willing to teach them. One such student was a widow named Katerina, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, who saw through Madeleine's disguise within 3 lessons. "I have not said anything," she told Madeleine over wine one evening, "because it is not my business. But you should know that Florence is full of people living as they must rather than as they are told. You're not as alone as you think." The words were a gift Madeleine had not known she needed. That night she told Christophe about the conversation, and he held her while she cried, not from fear but from the release of tension she had carried for so long that she had forgotten it was there. "You see," he murmured into her hair, "we can do this. We are doing this." "I know, it's just strange to believe it. Yes, I understand. I wake some mornings and think I have dreamed you, dreamed all of this." She pulled back to look at him. "And what do you do then?" "I reach for you, and you are real, and I remember that sometimes the impossible is simply the difficult disguised as the unattainable." She kissed him, long and deep. "You're becoming a philosopher. I am becoming happy. It is terrifying." "Good," she said. "We can be terrified together." Spring became summer. Summer faded into autumn. They built routines, morning coffee in the courtyard, evenings walking through the city streets, nights tangled together in the bed they had learned to share. There were still moments of fear. Word from Paris, carried by travellers, spoke of the investigation into Beaulieu's identity. The authorities had found the salle d'armes empty. The instructor vanished, but suspicion lingered like smoke. "Do you regret it?" Madeleine asked one night, after particularly disturbing news. "Leaving?" Christophe considered the question seriously. "I regret the necessity of it. I regret that the world is what it is. But choosing you, choosing this life, no, never. Even though we must still be careful. Even so, Madeleine, I spent 30 years being exactly what I was supposed to be. Perfect, presentable, empty. I am done with that. I would rather be imperfect and real with you than perfect and alone without you. You are not imperfect. I am deeply imperfect. I am reckless and impulsive, and I have thrown away a comfortable life for something uncertain and difficult." He pulled her close. "And I have never been happier." She tucked her head beneath his chin. "Nor have I. It frightens me sometimes, this happiness, as though it might be taken away. Then we will simply have to hold it tightly while we can." The proposal came in October, presented by Katerina over dinner. "There is a man," she said, "who wishes to open a school, not for young nobles learning to duel, but for practical defence. He needs instructors who understand that a blade is a tool, not a toy. I thought of you both." Christophe and Madeleine exchanged glances. "Both of us?" Christophe asked. "You think I have not noticed that you teach together? That you move around each other as though you share one mind?" Katerina smiled. "My late husband was a swordsman. I know what partnership in the blade looks like." "It would require revealing," Madeleine started. "Not necessarily. The school would welcome anyone willing to learn, regardless of sex or station. If you wish to teach as you are," a meaningful look at Madeleine, "you could. If you wish to maintain your disguise, that also would be acceptable. The choice would be yours." The offer hung between them, tempting and terrifying. "May we consider it?" Christophe asked. "Of course. But do not wait too long. The world may be slow to change, but it does change, and opportunities like this do not come often." They discussed it late into the night, weighing freedom against exposure, possibility against fear. "What do you want?" Christophe asked finally. Madeleine was quiet for a long time. "I want to stop hiding," she said at last. "I want to teach as myself, whoever that is. I want to wake in the morning and not spend the first hour constructing a mask." She looked at him. "But I will not risk you for my freedom." "Then risk us both for our shared freedom. Because I want the same things you do. I want a life where we can be ourselves together, without apology. It could all fall apart. It could. Or it could work. We will not know unless we try." Madeleine took his hand. "Then let us try." The school opened in the new year, in a converted warehouse near the Arno. The sign above the door read Accademia della, Lama, Academy of the Blade, and below it, in smaller letters, Instructors, Valmont and Beaulieu. They taught together, Christophe in his gentleman's attire, Madeleine in whatever clothing suited the day, sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, sometimes something in between. Their students were a mix of men and women, young and old, wealthy and poor. Some left when they realised the truth. Most stayed. Word spread, as it always did. But in Florence, among the expatriates and artists, and those who had come to the city specifically because it asked fewer questions than other places, the scandal never quite caught fire. Instead, what spread was reputation. The academy became known for producing students who understood the blade not as a symbol of status but as an extension of will, who fought with precision and intelligence rather than brute force, who carried themselves with a confidence that came from competence rather than privilege, and at the centre of it the two instructors, who moved around each other like dancers, who finished each other's sentences, who demonstrated techniques with a partnership that went beyond mere skill. People speculated, naturally, but speculation without confirmation is just noise, and Christophe and Madeleine had learned to live in the space between truth and revelation. They did not flaunt their relationship, but neither did they hide it. They lived as they could, partners in work, partners in life, partners in the small domestic rituals that made a life worth living. On the anniversary of their first lesson, Christophe found Madeleine in the empty practice hall, running through forms in the early morning light. "May I join you?" he asked. She smiled and tossed him a practice blade. "Always." They moved through the familiar patterns, the dance they had been learning for over a year now, advance and retreat, attack and parry, the constant negotiation of space and distance and pressure. At the end, they stood facing each other, blades crossed at the guard, neither pressing for advantage. "To first blood?" Madeleine asked, eyes bright with challenge. "No," Christophe said. "To happiness, to freedom, to us." He lowered his blade in salute. She returned the gesture, and they stood like that in the morning light. Two people who had risked everything for the chance to be themselves together. "Was it worth it?" Madeleine asked quietly. Christophe looked at her. This woman who had taught him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be vulnerable anyway. Who had shown him that love was not possession, but recognition. who had transformed his life from something he endured into something he chose, daily, with full knowledge of its costs and its gifts. Every moment, he said, every single one. She crossed the distance between them and kissed him, there in the space where they had first begun to see each other truly. The kiss tasted like salt and morning and promise. When they broke apart, she took his hand. "Come, we have students in an hour and I want breakfast first. Practical as always. Someone has to be." They walked out together into the Florentine morning, hand in hand, no longer hiding. Behind them the practice hall waited, empty now, but soon to be filled with the sound of steel on steel, the scrape of boots on wood, the patient instruction that turned fear into competence and strangers into students. It was a small life, perhaps, measured against the grand ambitions of Paris society, but it was theirs, built with intention and protected with love, and that they had learned was enough, more than enough. It was everything. In the quiet moments, when the day's work was done and they sat together watching the sun set over the Arno, Christophe would sometimes ask Madeleine what she was thinking. "That I am happy," she would reply, "and that I spent so long being afraid of exactly this." "Do you still fear it?" "Every day, but I have learned that fear is not a reason to stop. It is simply a companion on the journey. A wise philosophy. I learned it from someone who taught me that the blade is not the point. The point is what you choose to defend with it." "And what do you defend?" She would take his hand then, threading their fingers together. "This. Us. The life we have made from impossibility and stubbornness and love. A formidable defence. The only one worth maintaining." And in the gathering dark, with the city lights beginning to glow like earthbound stars, they would sit together. Two people who had learned that sometimes the bravest act is not to fight, but to choose vulnerability, to let down the armour and trust that what is revealed will be met with recognition rather than rejection, to love and be loved for exactly who you are. This was their promise, made once in darkness, renewed daily in light, and it held. Ink and illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating unbidden into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th instalment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic, and Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windermere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she'd cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling." Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list. Confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me. Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. LL Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, LL Moon spent her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding LL Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night, Tuesday was fish, Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain, with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or two working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of good morning, nice weather, and have a good day. Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gather the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination, and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes. It's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious LL Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't. Not in New York, not at a big bookstore. Somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused, dramatically. "What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it?" Harper nearly dropped the phone. "Windmere Cove? You want to host an LL Moon event in my town? It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who've never connected Harper Lennox with LL Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better." Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then, more softly, "But maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper, Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon, but no one actually unmasks. I love it." As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windermere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm. Not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m, Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one. Always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. It was. He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size, a habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life he moved like a shadow. "Something with more words than Hemingway," he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. "This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent." She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by L.L. Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean, it's popular and—" "I'll take it," he said, cutting off her stammering. "Never tried this genre before." As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he had expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair. But beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget. It was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town, anywhere. But something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squad mate, Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. "We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun." Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about L.L. Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with L.L. Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Windermere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. L.L. Moon was coming here, to this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps. The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. "Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with L.L. Moon. Thursday 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required. Identities optional. Passion guaranteed." Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. "The hardest thing about coming home," he told her, "isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you were living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love. And you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. How did she know? How did this mysterious L.L. Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasized her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening, one less worry at least. C. Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling. Candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree, extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please, enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. "Whiskey, not champagne," she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated. Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war." His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward. Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years. Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance." Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. Jack's eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed. The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. You sound like you know her work well. Harper withdrew her hand quickly. I'm a big fan, she said lightly. Have you read her other books? Not yet, but I might now. There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. I'm Jack, by the way. Elle. Harper caught herself just in time. Carly, she improvised. Nice to meet you, Jack. Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, LL Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy. All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. Good evening, everyone, she said, still using the slightly lower register she had adopted with Jack. Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you. For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. One final question, Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. Your male characters are so authentic, the woman said. Do you base them on real men in your life? Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. I observe, she said carefully, I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby, and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. I'm glad you enjoyed it, she said, fighting to maintain her composure. You never answered that last question fully, he said quietly. About your inspiration. Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. Fair enough. He hesitated, then added, I'd like to write to you. To LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here. The website has a contact form, Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly. Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon, she said smoothly. Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author, no intermediaries. Thank you, Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. It was nice meeting you, Carly. As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. That was too close, she whispered to Abby. But exciting, right? Abby grinned. Who was that masked man, anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you. That, Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, was my next-door neighbour. Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days, it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with... Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended LL Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion, with someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back, different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay. He read it over once, folded it, and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages, as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arm so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually. For the, summer reading program. We're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended. LL Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it..." "It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. "I'm glad. Her writing is... special. There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting." "Oh? I didn't know," Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. "How was it?" Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. "Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help." "Any time," Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought LL Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As LL Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. "The event was a triumph," Margot crowed without preamble. "Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these. Small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding." "It was intense," Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. "But yes, I think it went well. Tell me everything, Margot demanded. Any standout moments? Interesting questions? Harper hesitated. There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight. But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Winmere Cove, creating scenarios that explain the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested? Or was it a strange, one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon, she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. Harper, just the person I wanted to see. Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. This came for LL Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away. Harper stared at the envelope labelled simply LL Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. It's from him, isn't it? Abby whispered, leaning forward. Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night. We don't know that, Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. Did he say anything when he dropped it off? Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest. Abby studied Harper's face. You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door. Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination. Well, now you have a way to know the real him, Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head. Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger. It moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience, so your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this: "Thank you for seeing me." Not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return. And thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world, she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She'd progressed from "good morning" to actual questions like, "Did you enjoy the Steinbeck?" and comments such as "the garden looks nice." Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world, she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears, and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as librarian, and he never mentioned Windmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15. Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "More genuine, less steamy romance novelist," Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me." He hesitated. "Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. I ordered it for the library." "The main character stone. Did you notice anything familiar about him?" Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. "Familiar how?" Jack shook his head, as if dismissing a thought. "Nothing. Just something that struck me." He glanced at the new releases section. "Anything good coming this week?" Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her, how he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and LL Moon were one and the same? "I was wondering," Jack said as she checked out his new selections, "if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good." Harper nearly dropped his book. "Coffee? With me?" A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. "If you're interested, no pressure." "Yes," she said quickly. "I'd like that. Very much." His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. "Great, Saturday morning around 10. Perfect, Harper." Agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. "Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me, a quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share, a sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house, and existed. I renovated rooms. I read books. I went through the motions. But lately I've started to want more. Connection. Purpose. Maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words, helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after, so thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, Jay. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her, the author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find her way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up, small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books. He was making his way through the classics he'd missed while, enlisted. Music. They discovered a shared appreciation for jazz and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years," Jack said as they finished their second coffees, "and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations. Too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious, despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time. Routine." He looked out at the water. "And recently, finding connections that matter. Remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there. Warmth. The beginning of something that could be wonderful, if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. "It might seem strange." Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Met L.L. Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing. Something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost, and I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing. Writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. "Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face." "Exactly." The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew, whatever came next, she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as L.L. Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. "Dear Jay, I've started this letter a dozen times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest, that what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't, not from personal experience, but I do, understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as L.L. Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in two separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me in these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth. With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. Let me just..." She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from L.L. Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name? The anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us, coffee, conversations, getting to know each other, it matters to me. A lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with L.L. Moon, they've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think," Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry. I have to..." "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. "Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. "Please come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you..." "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack, Friday at 7, See Pages bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to See Pages. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply. Just 2 comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks. For everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper in her blue dress. "You came," she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? LL Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected, after I got your letter. Things started falling into place. The way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much LL Moon seemed to know about me in her books." "When did you know for sure?" Harper asked. "I didn't. Not until just now." He stopped a few feet away from her. "Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out?" "Yes," Harper said firmly. "That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as LL Moon." Jack was quiet for a long moment. "Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning?" Harper gestured to the chairs. "It's a long story. Will you sit? Please?" After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. "I never meant to deceive you specifically," she began. "The pen name came first. Years before you moved to Windmere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then. Shy, insecure about my writing. LL Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet." "But it wasn't small for long," Jack said. Harper shook her head. "No, the books took off, and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and..." "And what?" Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. "And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be." A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. "You wrote about me without knowing me." "Yes," Harper admitted, "and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create." Jack was quiet, processing her words. "At the masquerade event when we talked, you knew exactly who I was." "Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you, without my usual shyness getting in the way." "So Carly was what? A performance?" There was a hint of hurt in his voice. "No," Harper said quickly. "That was me, a version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone." Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. "You've been living a double life all this time?" "Triple, actually," Harper said with a sad smile. "Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack, different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me?" The directness of his question took her breath away. "All of them," she whispered. "That's why I had to tell you the truth. Because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone I..." She trailed off, unable to say the words. "Someone you what?" Jack pressed, leaning forward. "Someone I'm falling in love with," Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. "I have one. More question." Harper nodded, her heart pounding. "Anything. The letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings, or just part of the act?" "Every word was real," Harper said without hesitation. "I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am." Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. "I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask." "Are you angry?" Harper asked softly. "I was," he admitted. "When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used, even. But then I reread our letters and realized that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real." He paused. "I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in." "I know, and I'll understand if you need time, or if you can't forgive the deception." Jack studied their joined hands. "I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it." Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. "So where do we go from here?" Jack finally smiled. That rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. "I think we start over. No masks, no pen names. Just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time." He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. "Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home." Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. "I'd love that, Jack Maddox." As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them, and more. A whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lips met hers, in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, "I think our story might be even better than the ones you write." Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. "Then let's write it together, one page at a time." Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside, two people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after Happily Ever After, when the real story was just beginning. The end.